one little paw and just like call it good. Sweet, handsome little baby. Ah! Ooh, mama drama. Mama do da 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 da. My goodness. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I want this skater on right now. I don't think I want this on. Well, yeah. Like, what in the fuck is going on with this? Okay. It sounds like a jet engine whirring up every time. What the fuck? Every single time. You know what? I should have done this. Because I know YouTube is notorious of bullshit. Alright, let's see. Bada bing, bada boom. Can I help you? Can I help you, baby? Oh, baby. Oh, baby, baby. Oh, baby, baby. Oh, little sweet little baby. I'll give you a little treat. I'll give you a little treat. How about that? How about that, little baby? There you go. He was a good boy. Oh, he's a good, sweet little boy, huh? Just so cute. You're just so cute there, boy. What? What? I have it right there. You know, that's for show. You have some water over there. I mean, it could probably be changed actually now that I'm looking at it. Now that I'm looking at it, you just want to play. You're just paying attention. You're just being a little attention. I see how you is, you little bastard. Come on. Come on. There you go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Man, you are good at standing up now. You can balance yourself. You know how to balance, don't you? Oh, shit. Oh, nice. Good boy. Ripped a good chunk off of it there. Oh, good boy. What a good, sweet little boy. Oh. Oh, so handsome. Stop being such a handsome boy there, buddy. You're too cute for this nonsense. Too cute. I dare to say. No, I can at least get away with some of this. Because my audio is actually nice. I actually split a nice good peak. What the shit? Let's see. Nice. Oh, good shit. Sweet little Zukov. Zukov, you took out. Ooh, that felt pretty good. Let's get bowl load and all that stuff. Kind of get our sales oriented in the usual biz. Hey. Alright. Let's get this fun little bowl loaded up here on y'all. just want to see if it's wait for me to do some shit on here. So it's talking about my stream on YouTube on Streamlabs. What type of different things do they got? Like add little themes, I guess. But man, who needs themes? I like that shit. Game settings? Nah. Here, maybe? I just realized I need to set up actually like the whole Discord group thing. Just so I can get updates when I go live and shit. Amongst other things. Get that shit rolled out. I've been meaning to do that for a while, and I just, especially now more than ever, considering YouTube's bullshit, is probably the best way to move forward with that type of shit. So, hopefully within time. Try out some of these Hershey's Kisses. Peppermint. Come on, big boy. Alright. Aw. Lay down. Lay down. Good boy. Good sleep boy. Little handsome Doge. Oh, handsome little Doge he is. Yo, Doc MC, YouTube notify me, sweet. I think YouTube was just shocked when it streamed again for the first time in like a year and thought it was a glitch or something. Probably. Well, also, I think it's just because, you know, if you haven't, or if you don't, you know, like upload on a consistent rate, then it won't like notify as much. But if you're pretty consistent with uploads or streaming and shit like that, then it's more likely to notify. So that's good, at least. At least now it's starting to notify and shit. I was just realizing that I need to probably set up a Discord channel now, because I know there's people that are following me on fucking Twitch and shit that are probably, you know, still wondering where the fuck I went. So I'm thinking I can get that set up, and maybe, you know, Mornax/Boomboxer/Taborgate, the man of many names, you know, could fucking maybe find some of them and kind of, you know, start getting them collected again, and hopefully eventually maybe getting the word spread around. Because, yeah, now, I think now especially, you know, it's probably more merited, instead of just being on, you know, one platform streaming technically. So but either way, I know YouTube can be pretty fucking notorious with this shit, so definitely want to make sure that, you know, that shit ain't fucking, you know, like totally fucked. So that's why I want to at least try to get that shit going. I haven't looked back at a follow-up with that appeal shit yet, but I have a feeling it's probably going to be a little bit anyway. So holiday month, Twitch staff will be back in office February 1st. Oh my god, dude, don't even do that. Don't even do that to me. Like, oh god. I mean, I haven't checked, so maybe they did like reply or something. You know what, maybe I'll, I don't know. I don't really want to look, but I'm gonna fucking look now. Doesn't look like anything yet. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything yet. So that's just Peachy King. Tremendous. Sukov, can you put your fucking paw... Oh my god, dude. What do you want, bro? What's up, bro? What do you want? Oh my god. Oh, you silly boy. I mean, you have like 2 heights that you're still trying to fuck with here, bro. Like, you gotta finish the other one. Or not. Okay. Weird dog. Weird little mutt. He's just a silly boy at the end there. Anyway. So, I actually kind of found out some stuff about the little UFCW strikes that were kind of going on around. And, so they're primarily, from what I understand, they're ELP strikes, which are called specifically unfair labor practice strikes. And those are primarily due to like a lot of the abhorrent work conditions that these people at Fred Meyers and QFCWs have to face and shit. When it comes to just like improper staffing, improper conditions at these workplaces, and just actually being feasible and workable for the people on the job and shit. On top of not getting the proper pay either. So, and they're only going for a week, so by the time it's midnight on Christmas Eve, strikes won't be going on anymore, so it's just like, that kind of sucks. I mean, but nonetheless, it's, still pretty, good, but a little, like, I wish it was going on a little longer than that. But I think it's just because of Christmas and holidays and shit as to why that's the case. Because stores are closed on Christmas anyway. So... So basically, they're just essentially trying to, have Fred Meyers and all that shit get, fucked up a little bit, before Christmas and shit. So, I'm totally fine with that. Apparently found out, too, that, like, truckers are also kind of starting to go on strike as well, too. So, that might, have a major impact on different things when it comes to shipping goods. Okay, that Hershey's Kisses just straight melted in my mouth. It became like glue. What the hell? Little Zuko. I know another thing about the strikes too, as well, is that they're only going for these specific store chains. So, as far as I'm aware, I don't know if they're going to expand beyond that. I mean, which also is a little suckety, because I mean, it would be nice if this type of shit kind of expanded forth from that as well. Start Fred Meyers QFCs, and the very next week it's Safeways and Albertsons in the other stores. That'd be pretty dope. Because I feel like a lot of shit that they're having to face is no different than shit we got to face. So. About all of them going on strike at the same time, that will force me to change enough scrubs to work all those hours. Yeah, I mean, honestly, that's kind of was my thought about it. Like, I mean, they honestly should have been across the board, not just with Kroger's affiliated chains, which QFCW and Fred Meyers are. So I think it should have honestly just been across the board. Which honestly, especially these days, I mean, it kind of shows that, sometimes with union leadership, I mean, it shows that, like, there isn't that necessarily, that much teeth with this type of shit, because shit like this, sometimes happens, where it's just like, oh, well, we're gonna do the right thing, but only kind of. It's like, okay. It's like with the IATSC, like, when they were about to authorize some strikes and shit, the union overwhelmingly was in support, and then the fucking producers and the union heads and shit basically, did something last second to fuck the strike over. And that would have been a major, a boom for momentum of the labor movement, but and I'm not necessarily being so and shit, because they kind of forced them to, keep working for a few more weeks and shit while they, continue the contracts. It's just like, gee, nice, thanks. So, I mean, it's unfortunate these days that there are unions that are like this, but, I mean, it does end up being the case for a lot of these different locals, or even on some extent regional or nationals, end up not being as strong as they really could be. Various different reasons, but nonetheless. It's all laid up to the same fucking problems. Well, now I have my next day off on Wednesday, which is 22nd. So I'm going to see about trying to visit one of their strike lines that day. Give it a little bit of body / vocal / maybe musical support. Bring my speaker, blast out a bunch of labor tunes, get them all riled up. And also, one thing I noticed, because I went to the unit hall today as well, was we happened to drive by like 3 different fucking Fred Meyers on the way over there. Because the fucking union hall is out in goddamn, well, the union office specifically is out in fucking Tigard. So, I had to drive all the way over there, but going over there, we passed like 3 different Fred Meyers, and I noticed that, you know, the different strikers at these Fred Meyers, they all had like different little strategies going on. Like the first one we passed by, pretty much most of them, not all of them, but most of them are essentially like by the sidewalks and shit. Essentially trying to garner public support, you know, like people honking, you know, yelling like woohoo, you know, shit like that, or whatever the fuck. You know, so it's like, I noticed that at least like one store was doing more like, you know, public support type of strategies, you know, while maybe a couple people are by, you know, the entrances and shit like that. And then I noticed another store had like groups of like 4 or 5 scattered like all over the place, mainly at the entrances of the store and different little entrances to their lot. And so essentially, you know, ostensibly like if, you know, the shipments were trying to come through and shit like that, they can, you know, get one of them over while like 3 or 4 of them, you know, try to stop the shipment and get in their way, and have a bunch of other people come over from one of the other little areas and fucking try to convince them to turn back or some shit. And then another one was essentially, majority of them were all by the entrances of the store. So you couldn't necessarily see them driving by, but if you were in the parking lot, you could. So it's like if you were walking in, you could, you know, see their whole group, or if you're, you know, putting your shipment in and you're about to load it up back, you'll see them. You know, but they weren't necessarily like right up front. So I noticed that there's like different little strategies that these strikers were taking with what they were doing, which all of them work. I mean, you know, garnering public support, like the first ones I saw is one way to do it. Having people kind of, you know, spread around in areas where shipments come through and shit like that, you know, like that's another way to, you know, to kind of ensure that no shipments, you know, go through the store. You know, there's various different ways that, you know, you can, ostensibly at least, you know, gain solidarity or, you know, stop, you know, production at a store or a factory and shit, doing these type of tactics. So all of them work. One thing I noticed too when I was in the car and shit driving up there, because the little like news radio was playing, is that there is a lot of different little local tidbit news about just different, like, you know, worker organization, worker labor and shit going on. It's like, oh, like even the local radio has to kind of admit, you know, some of the labor militancy on the rise. Like it. Did you see on Reddit the fucking I saw it earlier on last stream where it's just like Kroger's put out these signs. There's like starting wage is $17. You know, it's like no experience needed. You have to at least be minimum 18 years and willing to cross the picket line. Basically, it's like trying to convince people to apply to while people are on strike line and shit. You know, to be scabs, and it's like, oh my fucking god. It's like, wow, they're just really fucking blatant about, you know, just fucking over their workers. So honestly, not really surprised. Wheat press. Two tons. Tasty. Can't go wrong with a good old Hefe. See what's on this wood. Pressure demands U.S. and NATO curtail activity in East Europe to defuse Ukrainian crisis. Oh my god. I just love this back and forth with fucking like Russia, China shit of like the U.S. and Europe and NATO. It's like, oh my god. I like this fucking like geoposturing that these fucking superpowers, imperialist powers fucking do. And of course everyone, you know, a lot of the people, you know, get like some weird patriotic zeal to either be like hyper anti-Russian or hyper anti-American or whatever the fuck. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's like, how about we just are against superpowers, period? Like, fuck Russia and their bullshit, and, you know, fuck US and NATO and the EU for their bullshit. Of trying to be fucking, like, superpowers and trying to establish, like, global hegemony. Boo. Hegemony bad. What a hot take. Hegemony, you know, is bad, bro. I just realized that the fucking door is open because I can hear the goddamn fucking dryer. Like, ah. It's like, what is this, like a random rattling? I realized, oh. That. Oh, so, oh my god. Wow. Wow, that's better. Ugh. I'd rather hear him going nuts over his fucking ride right now. Federal vaccine mandate for workers was reinstated. Oh, good. Sweet. I mean, that's a part of the aspects of, you know, unsafe working conditions is the fact that, you know, some of these companies don't fucking have proper vaccine mandates for workers and shit. Honestly, one reason why, like, you know, different stores like Fred Meyer's and QFC's and shit are on strike, which I think, you know, Safeway should too, is that they essentially, like, one aspect of why workplaces aren't safe at grocery stores is that they don't enforce mask mandates despite the fact that they have these mask mandates for fucking stores and shit. Where it's just like, I mean, I mean, it's just like, they should be, like, enforced if they're, like, you know, signs up front saying they're fucking required, and, like, a lot of people just don't show up with them on. It's like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, you're supposed to, like, if they're saying that, you know, they should be required, then they should be enforced. Pretty simple. I mean, co-workers against throw a tantrum and leave. One confirmed at my work. I don't know, probably, I have no idea. Maybe one of them? I mean, I honestly wouldn't know, to be frank. I mean, pretty much the majority of our coworkers, aside from like a couple that like I'm aware of, you know, are vaccinated, so I don't think it would be that big of a dent anyway. But it's not like they, you know, shouldn't not get it. Like, they should obviously fucking get it still. Like, I honestly kind of hate how there are, like, you know, some people out there like Kyle Klinsky who are just like, oh, well, you know, I think having a mandate's a little too far. It's just like, no, it's not. Like, going too far would basically be, like, locking people up and then, you know, for, like, on my level of it, like, you know, let's, like, lock people up for 1 month and shit, give them the vax, and they have to stay for a month to get their second shot, and then they get to fucking leave. Like, I mean, that's going overboard with it. Just having it as, like, a mandate or some shit ain't. It's like, good lord. It's like, Kyle, I love you, but learn what going too far is. I'm surprised if I actually fought for it. OSHA built a very strong case on previous safety rules that strike court challenges. Well, it's good either way. Just soft mandate. In reality, most corporations don't want to deal with testing, though. Yeah. So it's basically, that's why it's such a soft mandate, because a lot of corporations either don't give a fuck, because like the management or the higher ups of these corporations also kind of believe something weird gobbledygook and shit. And, you know, some of these corporations literally just don't want to deal with the fucking flack or repercussions and bullshit, so they just don't care. So it's like, that's why I kind of have to force the hand a little bit. Make it kind of a hard mandate. Doesn't mean you have to be like Iron Gauntlet mandate or some shit, but I mean, shit. It's like we should be fucking over shit like this by now. Didn't happen in the 20th century. Yeah, there very much could be. I mean, in some cases, like, I mean, some of these diseases like measles and shit like that are coming back because there has been a surge of like anti-vax sentiment, not just because of COVID, but in the last like recent years. Because like people thinking, oh, you know, like prayer, you know, healing and shit like that is, you know, the way to do it, like spiritual healing shit, or fucking like weird herbal chakra medicinal fucking herbal elixir cures or some shit. Like, I mean, all this other bullshit. It's just like, yeah, like, that ain't gonna fucking cure it, it ain't gonna be doing it, and all that type of shit's just fucking disinfo bullshit that needs to be fucking addressed. In actual fucking proper science, you know, put to the fucking forefront and enforced. Should be hard. But, here we are. Oops. This case balance mandate is probably the best you could do without an act of Congress. Yeah. Which is a shitty thing about it, but... I mean, I feel like he could do more, but, I mean, without having serious repercussions and challenges and all this other bullshit. Because he already got challenged just doing a soft mandate as it is, so it's like... I mean, yeah. I mean, at this rate... I mean, he's also just mostly a do-nothing piece of shit anyway. Barely knows where he's at half the time. I didn't even see your text earlier. Arma 3 and DayZ now run on Linux. That's actually pretty dope. Cool. Due to the existence of breakthrough cases. Right, because it hasn't there been times past in American history where we've had, like, fucking hard mandates where there's, like, enforced vaccinations and shit like that before? Wait, whoops. I think I was frozen there for a sec. I mean... I don't know, it just seems like something that... You know, like... It is actually, like, you know, feasible. You know, because it has been done in the past. Only at state level and at the federal level. I mean, I feel like there has been times in the past where it has happened on a federal level and shit. I don't know, I guess I'll have to look into it a little more. On federal level, the feds have historically stayed out of vaccine policy. Oh. Well. Vaccines didn't used to be a political issue, so states just had a list of mandatory childhood vaccines. Ah, well. I guess that makes sense. Because honestly, I mean, like, all this shit is, you know, and should be mandatory and also on a fucking federal level. small touch of polio on me, safe mandate, adults get also. I mean, it wasn't just for smallpox polio either, but wasn't it also for like other different diseases as well? Like rubella, mumps, etc., measles. I mean, either way, fundamentally, like, the settled science that, you know, vaccines fucking work is still there. And regardless, people need to be fucking getting them, and it wasn't a fucking issue, for, you know, up until recently. You know, when it comes to this somehow being an issue. Even though it shouldn't be, and I don't think it really is, but yet, here the fuck we are. Big industry groups start throwing big money at anti-vax efforts and mandates are loosened. Well, that would probably explain, you know, why, you know, such a anti-vax, you know, like, fervor, especially in recent years. Because it wasn't up until, like, the early 2000s and to today, you know, where, you know, where these things, for the most part, have been, like, eradicated when it comes to, like, measles, mumps, and shit like that. But now we're slowly start making, like, little comebacks and shit in little pocketed areas because there's, like, high anti-vax fucking sentiment in some of these places. I bet there's videos, girl. Oh, good. Oregon needs to kind of start tightening up on their shit, too. Enough of this whole religious exemption bullshit. Because that shit's just dumb. But dropped in 2019. Of course, just in time for COVID, too. Wow. Love it. No, to be honest, I'm not necessarily surprised. Yeah, some dumb what we're talking about. Just the fact that there aren't, like, fucking hard mandates on the most simplest fucking, like, science that is established now at this point. Like, I don't know. Vaccines. It wouldn't have impacted the response to COVID at all. Well, I mean, sure, but it could have been at least an argument to be like, hey, we could have done this hard mandate with COVID as well, or make an argument that this applies to COVID too. But now that we're still with the soft mandate shit, it makes it a lot more harder to fucking, you know, do that. But nonetheless, I mean, Oregon's got a better track record of vaccine rates on this shit than other states, so can't complain that much. Though some counties are still at a pretty high rate, which definitely still concerns me, because I definitely got, you know, family and folks I know and shit who are more likely to still get severely sick, even though they got, you know, vaccines as well and shit, as, you know, so. State Department of Education. Gotta love bureaucracy. Gotta love it. But at least in that case is honestly understandable, but I mean, considering the whole pandemic, I feel like that's something that's okay to speed run, you know what I mean? But I mean, speed run America. We like to be about as slow as the turtle Mitch McConnell. You know, I don't really believe this government mandate bullshit not to drive on sidewalks. I mean, who are they to tell us where he can or can't drive? I know, right? Those motherfuckers. I can drive on sidewalks all I can. I mean, they got those bicycle pieces of shit fucking ride around their little, like, metallic fucking little object on wheels and shit. Their little pipes on wheels. Like, they can do that shit on sidewalks, but us, you know, automobiles can't. Bullshit, I say. I mean, it's true though. Like, extrapolate, you know, sidewalks and all that other, you know, context with just like vaccines or other bullshit, and it makes it's still nonetheless, you know, pretty ludicrous. It's like, come on. It's like, yeah, you know, we definitely don't got to mandate in laws on not driving on sidewalks because you can, I don't know, run people over. It's like, I mean, hell, you can't even do that even if somebody was like jaywalking or some shit on the road. Like, you can't even do that while someone is on the road, too. You just can't do that. And crazy thing is, there used to be similar arguments back in the day with seatbelt mandates and seatbelt laws, where a lot of these people were like, I ain't gonna be wearing no goddamn seatbelt, that bullshit, you know, whatever the fuck. I mean, because they're, you know, back when they were having mandates, some news crews out there would go interview people just to see what their opinions would be. And some people were just like, fuck this bullshit, basically. I mean, you know, it's just like, wow. And honestly, they didn't really necessarily sound much different to a lot of these anti-vax types, too. I mean, that's kind of the crazy thing about it. Like, a lot of them are like, oh, I ain't gonna, you know, have some big government bullshit tell me what I can or can't do. Just fuck freedoms. America, what are you telling me what I can or can't do? My liberty. It's like, what? We got lots of whiskey jump up, so why this extended vaccine? Now then, you got real intimate with the windshield and the pavement. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's like, shocker, you know? It's like, wow, there's some laws out there that are purposely there to kind of, I don't know, actually try to keep you safe because, like, humans are fallible and sometimes do stupid shit, so we have things in there in place to try to keep you from doing stupid shit. Like not wearing a seatbelt. That's some stupid shit. And you don't need to be doing that. I mean, honestly, like, I know there's been times where I've, like, forgotten to put it on real quick, you know, and shit, where I'm like, oh, fuck, I realize I'm not wearing it. You know, whatever the hell. Like, I mean, I've had that happen to me or whatever, you know, but it's just like, I mean, still, though, you know, it's like, kind of forgetting about it and to being like, oh, shit, better put that on, you know, that's not the same as, like, fuck you, I ain't wearing the bullshit. But the only exception I could really make with that is to, like, if you're driving, like, 2 blocks to, like, go to work or some shit. Like, alright, I'm about to go to work, I'm gonna drive because I'm gonna grab a bunch of groceries when I get off or some shit like that. Or make a few errands when you know, are done with work or something like that. Like, if you're driving, like, basically, like, 2 minutes, you know, like, whatever the fuck, like, I mean, I could probably make an exception to that, but still. Don't risk it for the biscuit. These seatbelts extend only to one person in those instances. Well, yeah, luckily. Well, hypothetically, I mean, depending on what happens, like, I mean, that could extend to a lot of people, depending on the situation. Well, maybe not, like, a lot of people, but, you know, it could extend to a pretty decent amount. So, it's, like, up to, like, you know, 2, 3, 4 to 10, give or take, who knows, you know, so it's, like, yeah, usually it does extend to just the one person, though, but it just kind of depends on that context. If it's just like, oh, hit a fucking power line and fucking, like, launched themselves, like, 10 feet or some shit, yeah, that's a one-person instance. But, like, getting in a T-bone incident, then, you know, there's a few people involved in that. 2, at least. So cute. Chomp, chomp, chomping away at a rawhide. He's really getting at it. You're really getting at that hide there, aren't you, boy? About time though. That thing was huge. It was initially the size of this sucker. It's pretty much like a fucking weapon. Like, beat you with this. Probably kill me with that. Peppermint sticks are down. We need something fresh. She's X-Men Street. Yeah, Vince peppermint stick to hook. Guys. Then you get fucking little candy canes. And then candy cane sales start booming. Then the stars go up to the moon. But then all the peppermint sticks crash. And this calls all those little suckers to fucking bust and be homeless, sat on the street. With the little peppermint sticks like, hey, please buy my peppermint sticks. They're only worth like a penny. So no one wants your goddamn peppermint sticks. And the silver lanes that glow. I mean, it's starting to look a lot like Christmas. Oh yeah. I mean, I have my festival sweater on. I mean, you know, it's a nice little simple festival sweater, you know. Pretty pretty standard thing, you know, like, you know, the all I want for Christmas, you know, means production, you know. It's probably like one of the more common things people ask for on Christmas, right? You know. I have to keep it festive. I also got Zukov this. I'm gonna try to be really careful. I got him this little thing, this little lamb chop thing. And I need to kind of low-key be careful though, because he will go insane as soon as he sees this. So, okay. I can feel that little air thing in there. If I squeak it, oh, he's gonna go nuts. I'm gonna be careful. I don't want to do that. I'll spend this Christmas the way I do have a field of bloodlust rage. Damn, son. At least I know this year is probably gonna be spent. At least not with that, but at least, you know, a little something chilling. Still don't know 100% how I'm gonna spend it. It's like pretty much like 7 days till though at this point. Well, I guess technically like 25 minutes. At least for me, it'll be officially 7 days. Going to Vegas Lamau. Are you really? You fuck. Fuck the holiday season. Wow. You bastard. Man, I wish you could take me with you. Seriously, going to Vegas? You fuck. Wow. Take me with you. What the? Oh man, I probably not, but man, I wish. Fucking like play around blackjack or roulette or some shit for me. See if you can win some winnings. Sounds more like a work related thing, but I mean, who knows? I don't know. Could be a family related thing. 21 12 days coming up. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, technically it would be 12/21, but those Europeans, they do it by day, month, and then the year, so they actually would have it as 21/12. So it's still technically right. Hey boy, B, you're so cute. You're just a handsome boy. It's got that little hide in his mouth, just like, oh. Look at the dog just kind of stares at you all happy, like just wagging her little tail, staring at you with a little thing in her mouth. It's so cute. You're so cute. And you're starting to get big. I just noticed you're actually starting to get like teenage size now. It's hitting like the preteen age of him in dog years. Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can get this in view. Damn it. I gotta wait for him. I can't necessarily pay attention to him, else he's gonna keep staring at me. But he does this thing where he'll like kind of like lay down, but his like legs, his hind legs are sticking straight up, so he has like this. Oh, you laid down. Fuck. I was gonna. Oh, it was perfect. Then he laid down. Oh, he knows. He knows I'm trying to fucking get him in a mildly embarrassing position that he's in. It's so weird. It's like it's like going full sub mode a little bit with that. It's like, what are you doing, dude? And also he does this little weird thing where his hind legs, like if he's laying down, like gnawing on something, they'll spread out, and his little feet are just like, it is so weird. He does that. I've never seen dogs really do that before. I mean, I'm sure they do that, but like it is so goofy because he does that so often. I've never seen a dog do it that often. Like it's at least like a couple times a day I've seen him do that. Oh, you're so handsome. You're such a handsome baby. Hefe. Hefe is good. I have a Red Hook Big Ballard IPA over there as well. For some reason, almost out of arm's reach. No. Yeah, this is Big Ballard. This is pretty much like my little standard IPA I go for now at this point. Hefes and Red Hook. And their motto on here is like kind of strangely odd. Yeah, sure, you betcha. It's like, shouldn't it be just yeah, sure, betcha? But it's yeah, sure, you betcha. So it's a little weird. But my Union Jack, well, that's like the second in command. Like, sometimes they don't always have the Red Hooks, so I go for the Union Jacks, but, you know, sometimes I'm feeling a little bit of that Union Jack anyway, you know? So, I mean, I kind of flip-flop between them. They're both good. Had that fairly recently, not bad. Oh, the Red Hook IPA? Yeah, it's pretty good. I think it would work pretty great for the challenge, because you know, I kind of, you know, it's kind of like one of my go-tos and shit for IPAs. I guess we can find out how good my, like, taste palette is with IPAs, at least with what I am aware of. Because I was kind of thinking about with the whole IPA challenge and shit, whenever we can kind of actually set a time for that, is, one thing is that if I can at least narrow down the ones I am aware of, you know, like Red Hook or the Union Jack, shit like that, or like a Sierra Nevada IPA, you know, or something like that, like, if I can at least narrow down those type of IPAs and figure those ones out, you know, then it will be easier for me to pinpoint the ones that I potentially don't know and have a higher chance to get those right. So, honestly, now I'm thinking about, while, you know, we're still figuring out, you know, an actual time to do that, I mean, I'm thinking I will probably diversify and, you know, just try various different IPAs and shit in the meantime. Just try ones I haven't tried yet. I do want to do the IPA challenge. Same here. I'm definitely down for it. And that whole 13-shot challenge thing, because I remember that one stream on Twitch that happened where you were fucking lit beyond fucking insanity. Red Oak Union Jack, Sierra Nevada, Panda Stash. I don't think I've had Panda Stash. Is it just going to be the 4? It's feeling like we could diversify maybe just a tinge, because we can add 2 more maybe. Or at least maybe 1 more or something like that. Because if there's 1, then it's very less likely. Because if there's an odd number, less likely for there to be ties, if you think about it. Trying to think of 2 more. Okay. Me, like, I'm thinking, you know, 6 is a good number. Yeah. Though at the same time, an odd number does make it less likely for ties to happen. So, you know, maybe having an odd one in there, you know, it's kind of like the winner take all type of, you know, guess type of shit, you know, depending on like how well we're guessing so far in these, you know, type of things. But it's more harder. Yeah, I guess fair enough. Ties are technically possible regardless of how many, though. Well, yeah. I mean, no matter what, it's very likely for ties to happen. Honestly, because I'm thinking of the premise of, like, how DFF used to do some of their, like, tournaments and shit. Back when they used to do those pretty frequently, where they would have, like, fucking Andy Dick versus some other schmuck or whatever the fuck, you know, and be like, you know, hey, we have, you know, different tiers, and, you know, depending on, you know, like, how many votes, you know, from the 3 of us, you know, they get, you know, they're, you know, they will win each tier and shit. And depending on how many tiers they win the most, and thus having an odd number pretty much nullifies ties. I was thinking of that. You know, recruit male T even though he doesn't like IPAs. Yeah, I feel like it. You know, honestly, if we had a trio, I feel like that would help. I mean, maybe we can have you, Harley, and I be the drinkers, and then have Metal T be the, you know, guy who's in the background doing shit. Does Drew like IPAs? I don't know. He's not here tonight. He's over at his girlfriend's house up in Vancouver right now. But he's going to come back tomorrow, so I can ask him about that. Harley does drink beer. Well, dude, that guy makes exceptions. Like, he'll make exceptions for shit like this. Well, maybe not like this specifically, but I've seen him every now and then tip in, you know, some alcohol. He doesn't drink it often anymore, but I've seen him, you know, have some exceptions and have a beer here and there. You know, or have like a little drink or something like that. You know, he'll do it occasionally. Drinks alcohol. Well, as an hard liquor, not beer. Well, he hates beer. I don't know. Like, I've seen him have, you know, a little, like, I've seen him have beers here and there before. I mean, there's times where he's, you know, like, I mean, it's not like he loves it or, you know, it's the most enjoyable thing for him to have or whatever the fuck, but I mean, I've seen him do it occasionally. It's not like, you know, something that he's looking to smash up or anything. If anything, you know, he doesn't drink a whole lot of it. He'll probably drink like a can or half a can and be fine and be good with that. But it's because he doesn't drink that often, so his tolerance is really low. Well, I'm more of a occasional drinker, so my tolerance is more high. You like cider, that's probably what you see him drink. Yeah, fair enough. Because sometimes I'll have ciders occasionally, and you know, or like an ale, and you know, fair enough. Yeah, I've seen him have those. You'll have like ales and ciders, you know, if not hard liquor. Honestly though, we all need to get together and fucking karaoke again, because honestly, last time I wanted to record me doing the songs that I was recording and shit, that I was doing last time, so I'm thinking next time, you know, we all get together, even if it's not all of us like that last time, I'm thinking, hey, you know, we can fucking, you know, probably try to get a little Gucci gang and fucking, you know, hit up the shit. Like I said, I'm off Wednesday. So, no, it's just my bro. He's not the biggest fan of IPAs, but he'll drink them. Okay. Cider test could be interesting. Oh, yeah. That should be the next one we do after this. After IPAs, we do ciders, because I love ciders. Some ciders are a little, like, tangy and a little soury, and, you know, I'm not a fan of a lot of ciders. There are some ciders I'm like, nah. But I love a lot of them. There's a lot of them I do enjoy and love. So overall, I'm not a big fan of like soury, tangy type of ciders, but I like the more like sweeter ciders. He would probably win also. You know, I don't know about that one. Oh, okay, now we have to do it. Okay, after the IPA test, we gotta do the cider test. Hell, I'll do them back to back. Harley, you know, skips the IPA test, and I get a little extra doozy and fucking do a cider test, and I get a little extra saucy, being like, you know, extra little sassy and shit. You know, that could go either way, dude. Oh, dude, the content. Okay, we gotta do it back to back, low key. I mean, I'll do it. I mean, we'll make it like, you know, just like a one-on-one type of fucking test and shit if we have to. Like, I don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, I don't care how we organize that, but, I mean, one thing I'd like to do is definitely... A part of me wants to do that back-to-back, actually. Like, honestly. Because then, like, some of the content that could come out of, like, you know, me being sassy and either roasting Harley or getting roasted by Harley and shit and the victories of the ciders, you know what I mean? Because he got sobered over Harley and then little tipsy me. So, oh, dude, I already like it. I feel like that'd be good. Because potentially I could probably stream it too. And make little YouTube videos. Yeah, that'd be perfect. Yeah, then we just kind of edit it out. Always work Wednesdays. Well, that's this week. I can see about the rest of the group. See what they're doing. Maybe Tuesday night, you know, depending on when I get off that day. And next week, I don't know about that. I don't know about the week after Christmas. I don't know what I'm doing then. No! Shook off. Stop being a little terrorist. You just like a little dog. I'll definitely see about, you know, trying to get the group together on, I'll see what Tyler's doing Tuesday night. Is Harley off on Tuesdays? Third or fourth will work for me. That, maybe, I don't know. You know what, I could just request a day off for it. I could probably just ask my manager, be like, this isn't necessarily like a total full-on request, but me and my friends had a thing planned that we wanted to try to do, you know, that, you know, all together, and like the third or fourth, or, you know, these dates would probably be best, you know. So, you know, and when you schedule me those days, you know, just have my weekend around there instead, and that's, yeah, should be okay. Because I told her, like, if there's actual, like, times I write myself in there, that's usually because of concerts and things like that, you know, that I'm doing with my friends or shit like that. Or if even one of my friends has a gig, because I told her about my, you know, friend having a band and shit. And she's like, oh, no, that's totally fine. If it's, like, you know, one day every now and then, shit like that, that's no problem. I'm like, yeah. I mean, you know, I told her usually if I have, like, random little sporadic days off like that, chances are that's what it probably is me going to shows or little events or something. So, I mean, you know, so, like, I, you know, I told her about, you know, when it comes to me requesting days off, I'm pretty easy about it. As long as, like, I at least, you know, get those days off, you know, when they do come up, you know, I'm gonna be fine. If not, then I'm gonna, like, you know, be very incessantly, you know, working around to try to make sure I get that shit going and get off. Because the last time I called in when they scheduled me during the day I requested off and shit, and they kind of fucked me over. One of the PICs and the night managers also happened to have that day off. It was at the same fucking concert and happened to see me and shit. And I just went, oh no. Because I knew immediately that he was probably going to rat me out a little bit. Because he was like, I thought you called in. I'm like, well, it's because I'm here and shit. And he's like, well, you understand I'm probably going to have to give you the talk, you know, tomorrow. I was like, yeah. Don't remind me. He's like, don't worry. we're having fun. Fuck it. You know, it's okay. You know, he was actually chill about it, surprisingly. Like, even after the, even after the lecture he gave me, it's like, you know, that was a pretty cool concert either way, right? You know, I'm not actually fucking, like, PO'd or whatever. I'm like, I know. Like, you kind of prepped me about this. I figured it's all fine. He just had to do that in front of the boss to look good. But as soon as the boss left, you know, he's like, hey, that's okay, just whatever. You know, so it's like, hey. That guy was pretty cool. He doesn't work there anymore. It's been a long while since he has and shit. But the dude's pretty legit, not gonna lie. Like, as soon as I found out it was Metalhead, I was like, alright, this guy's pretty good. And then, shortly after I found that out, that concert, it was an Amon Amarth concert, too. It was the second show I went with to see them. And they were just like, why didn't he pretend to just not see you, lol? I don't, you know, that's the fucked up thing about it. Like, I think, honestly, it's because that I called in sick and the whole fucking, like, you know, some of my coworkers, like, they kind of knew I was not sick. That's kind of thing. And because they knew, well, there's somebody else that was going there and shit, they kind of figured, well, was he actually there? You know, was he actually sick or not? You know, so they probably went to him, too, about it. Like, honestly, dead ass. That's probably why, because they're like, hey, was he actually sick? You know, it's like, he called in, blah, 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 and all this shit. I'm gonna let him out, because you look like you need outside from what, all this shit you're doing here. Dog. But, yeah, I mean, I don't know the whole sitch of how, you know, that happened. Because honestly, he didn't necessarily, like, totally, like, say he was rat me out or whatever. He's like, he was like, you know, chances are I might, you know, so it's just like, depending on if they approached me about you calling in or whatever the fuck. So it's just like, so I'm thinking they did, and he was like, you know, gonna be honest about it, be like, yeah, he was there, you know, I saw him. You know, and I wasn't going to make a deal about it, but if I was approached, I was going to say something. He probably was like that about it, you know, because he was like, oh, well, you know, I don't know. I'm here to Twitch. Well, honestly, the stupidest fucking thing. Apparently, I was, like, indefinitely suspended over unsafe use of lethal weapons. Whatever the fuck that means. Did the mole man get a hold of you? Probably. Honestly, I feel like it's that piece of shit that, you know, like, was probably trying to do, like, some report or some shit, and somehow Twitch's algorithm was like, oh, we detected something, and even though the nature of that stream was essentially no different to the ones that I do here, or any other streams I've done in the past. So, I mean, yeah, I've already done an appeal about it. I haven't gotten a follow-up yet. I imagine it's probably going to be a couple days. And plus, a weekend is showing up too. So, it's probably going to be even a couple more days on top of that, so... It's a bullshit. Honestly, like, even if they're like, well, you know, there's like, you know, we found that this one thing, you know, seemed a little odd, you know, about the context of the thing. And it's just like, well, I can at least explain that, you know, there's, honestly, like, that mole man fuck, like, it looked like he was trying to evade bans himself. Because he came back with a sock account, because I banned him prior and shit, because... Like, he's also, you know, was in my DMs at some point whispering, like, oh, I'm a, you know, N-word lover and, you know, simp for black people and all this other stupid shit, throwing F-slurs and all that at me and whatever at DMs and shit. So I feel like, you know, he was also trying to do Twitch and ban evasions and just try to do, like, you know, reports on other people and try to falsely report them and get them falsely banned and shit. That's my imagination. Yeah, that's just my assumption of what that fuck was about. Considering that he, you know, kept coming back with different accounts. But maybe I can, maybe this could also potentially, you know, get that fuck, like, ISP banned and maybe actually get my shit revoked, but I'm not holding any optimistic hope about this. I'm just not. Like, I have a strong suspicion Twitch is probably gonna be like, fuck you, no. You know, but, I don't know. Going about the rap procedures about it, you know, like, I could hypothetically just evade this one and make a sock account myself, but I'm just not gonna risk that. Like, cause then that'd get me extra banned, and then there's no way I'm gonna be able to get back on that, so fuck that. Cause either way, I'm gonna eventually wanna, you know, get the shit multi-platform anyway, so it's just like, you know, at some point, Twitch be like, new phone, who this? Oh my god. Like, honestly, one thing that will really piss me off about it is that if they don't let me know what specifically triggered that shit, at the very least, so then I can, you know, work with the fucking context of the shit. I mean, that, like, if it ain't, like, I mean, if they don't give me at least some of that shit, I'm gonna be a little pissed about it, because then, because honestly, I generally feel it is a false ban, like, full up. Wait a gun around. I mean, it wasn't even a fucking, like, gun. It's like a broken, like, part of, like, some pipe fucking thing that, like, you know, used to be a part of one. That it wasn't even a real gun anyway. It's, like, not even, like, like, it's a part of, like, some sort of, like, you know, used to, like, it's so broken. I can't even do anything at this point aside from just, like, try to, like, clink around to, like, the old broken ass lever thing on it, but it can't even fire or anything. It's not, like, I would hardly consider that a fucking weapon, let alone a goddamn, you know, fucking, like, I mean, let alone lethal, let alone just a weapon to be a blunt object to just whack someone across the head with. Like, just straight up. Like, I'd consider this fucking rawhide more of a weapon. Because this, I can actually, like, probably cause some blunt force trauma to. I mean, straight up. Victim situation. I mean, honestly. I mean, my friend's showing up being a dumb fucking shit. I mean, you know, it's just like, that ain't necessarily new either. He's been on streams in the past, being also kind of a dumb fuck in the past too, on streams. Waving around shit, being dumb, being careless. So even that part of the nature of that stream isn't necessarily too different from ones in the past when my friends been on it. I try to fucking ring him in and rail him in and shit. But he's also kind of a rebel wild card that doesn't necessarily take well to authority either. Whose garage is this? Mine? I mean, nonetheless, it's my garage. At least that night, you know, my friend was just spending the night because apparently it was closer than walking home to his place and shit. So it's like, okay, well, that's fine. Do you really think ETOs do that night, though? My friend? I mean, I wouldn't, like, I don't know. I mean, unless, like, I don't, like, I mean, I won't, it's kind of, was surprised he got banned, to be honest. That's what I thought. I mean, honestly, like, because when I ended it and shit, because after I noticed it was, like, straight 0 after, like, you know, a couple minutes, I was like, I'm gonna wrap this up, bye-bye-bye. And then I just, like, ended it or whatever, and I looked, and I was like, huh, I'm suddenly not online or logged in. Try logging in. Huh, can't do that. Let me look at my emails real quick. Huh, I got an email from Twitch. What does that say? And then everything else came into fruition. I was like, huh? The screen capped it immediately. I was like, what the fuck? Like, like, honestly, like, if they, you know, if it's, you know, one of my friend in the background and shit, then it's just like, I mean, even then, what he was doing is, like, straight up was, like, more of a satirical thing, because he was pretending to be part of the PB or whatever the fuck, which, honestly, is not necessarily different from their fucking nature of how they operate. Because, honestly, I streamed the police literally doing that shit at the protest last year that I was doing on Twitch, and they had fucking lethal weapons. Like fucking 4mm grenade launchers, AR-15s, fucking like paintball munitions and shit like that. Like, straight the fuck up. Aiming it at people's heads, aiming it at me, and shit like that. But that was fine. It's just like, huh? What game is this? I mean, it's not really much of a game. Right now, game, yeah. Unless it's a game of fucking Twitch's amoebic TOS. Because their shit, like, it's pretty known that their TOS is pretty amoebic. Like, it really is. Like, it's pretty pick and choosy with, you know, what's violative and what ain't. Like, supposedly they're adding to, like, their hate speech TOS, like, things like Nazi or even, you know, a complex term like, the Civil War wasn't about states' rights or some shit, or whatever the fuck. It's just like, huh? It's like, what, huh? Like, what's even, why? It's like, if someone makes an argument like that for one, at least when it came to that thing specifically, it's just like, well, then, like, just argue that out. It's just, like, challenge that shit. Like, don't be like, nope, you're gonna be suspended or some shit. Like, that doesn't do anything. Small man guy sounds bad. Yeah, dude, I mean, honestly, Twitch has also been known, and from what I understand, it's been trying to crack down on hate raids that are, like, going to different channels, ostensibly to try to get them banned or deplatformed and shit, basically, by doing a bunch of bullshit or trying to report them, you know, so their algorithm will take as something that, you know, may or may not be TOS and shit, you know, so it's just stupid shit like that. It would be nice to know if permanent bans are done by humans, since, you know, permanent or some script AI is responsible. I think it's an AI algorithm that detects them first, but if you appeal them and shit like that, then from what I understand on Twitch at least, like, a person will look over it. So, I don't know. Like Rage Against the Machine? Well, of course. Honestly, you know, like, there's a little bit of that, you know, kind of popping in my mind, you know, when it comes to this type of shit a little bit. Gorilla Rayo kind of comes to mind. Killing Your Name Of also a little bit, especially with the last little bit of the song. Fuck you, won't do what you tell me. Let's see, can I make it? Oh, no, that was off. Wow, that was really off. That was unfortunate. Oh my god! Wow! 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 He found his way over here! Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit! He found his way over here, huh? Why am I not surprised? Rip your titch, Lamau. What the big fuck? I know, dude! He found his way over here! Wow, I love it. I love it. Take more and do more drugs. Oh wow, like you think that was the TOS? The TOS violation is probably the most bullshit, absurd one ever, so I'm pretty sure that honestly, all said and done, the appeal ain't gonna be, you know, that hard thing, you know, the challenge. Or bleeding over into YouTube. Oh my god. Waving a gun around. It'd be like a fake ass, like, you know, not even weapon that doesn't even work. That even I've waved around and played around with on Twitch and shit. Wave around again. Yeah, fine. See if YouTube thinks it's a weapon. You see, you know, gun channels are totally available on YouTube, right? Doing out fine. Like this type of fucking broken ass piece of shit thing is not like some weapon or whatever. Like this thing can't even shoot a goddamn thing. Like, oh. Literally joined today. Too much of a coward to use his own real YouTube. I know, it's so pathetic. Oh, I got a little hate watcher. I got someone that that lives rent free. I live rent free in someone's head. It's so cute. What's that thing? It's the thing that my friend was waving around. So it's just like, which I've waved around before. There's been times where it's like, alright, Mounties, mount up. And I'm like, alright, let's ban some bitches and shit. And I'm like, aiming at myself. Aiming at the camera and whatever the fuck. On Twitch. So it's just like, oh yeah, oh. Looks like a vacuum attachment. I mean, for real. Like, this thing is barely like a fucking gun anymore. It's so broken down. It's like a pipe with like a lever thing that's like barely works on the goddamn thing. Doesn't even shoot. It can't shoot anything. Like, I've tried. Like, I mean, like I got at like some fucking like thrift shop or whatever when it was actually semi-functional, and then over time just broke to become like some piped object that doesn't even fucking work. Like this plastic that isn't even like attached to it anymore, barely. Shut up, you're poor. Nah, that's just fucking, you know, being thrifty. Being smart with your fucking money. You literally joined today. Oh my god, I love this little bitch boy, dude. From the same garage. Oh, so you've been following me around for that long? And yet you apparently think it's my stepdad that is here. I don't own the house and all this other shit. Okie dokie. How long have so I've lived rent-free in your head for 6 years. Does someone have a life? See your bedroom. You don't need to see this goddamn bedroom, and I ain't giving you a damn tour. Side of that fridge. Not that one? What kind of snacks are in there? Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah, I really do live rent-free in your head, do I? No, the kitchen fridge inside the house. Oh my god. Ridiculous. You have a groupie, how adorable. I know, right? So cute. I'm gonna get my other groupie really quick. Let him outside, but we'll make sure he's down. Pretty good. Who's that little psycho? Oh my god, look at that tail! Look at that cool tail! Oh! That's fucking tricycle. Oh, thanks. Suppose you have to pawn it yet. I mean, I can actually get a pretty decent buck out of it. Unlike you probably get like $2 out of it, but I actually, know how to fucking, refurbish a thing, because, I don't know. I'm actually a fucking adult that knows how to fucking, like, work on things. I ain't gonna show you shit, bitch. It's my fucking shit. So, I mean, you think that me, like, living rent-free in your fucking head is gonna stop me from doing whatever the fuck I want? You sad, sad little bitch. Like, oh my god. Like, I honestly cannot fucking believe you actually, like, wasted your time to fucking, like, crawl all the way over here. Stepdad's garage. I mean, I wish I lived rent-free. I actually have to pay fucking rent. But it's not to him or no one else. It's to the fucking city. Because I'm the fucking, breadwinner of the goddamn establishment at this point. I also own the property, which I still have to pay the utilities on. Like, oh, just because you own a property don't mean you still don't have to pay utilities to the fucking city. Like, oh my god, wow. Oh. Me don't understand how housing work. Like, give me a break. Bills are rent. Bills are a part of rent. It's ostensibly rent. When you have to, like, pay bills, and if you don't, then your water, your electricity, your heat, all that type of shit shuts off, then you're paying a rent, but this time to the city instead of to a landlord to keep your shit running. But with a fucking landlord, when it comes to paying rent to a landlord, if you don't pay rent, then you just get straight fucking evicted. So, there's, while there's differences, overall, it's still the same shit. You're essentially still paying fucking rent. Even if you own a fucking property. Makes it a little cheaper. We still gotta pay them at the end of the goddamn day, because bills are fucking bills. And rent is a part of said bills. Take a shot every time it says ostensibly. Ostensibly, 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 ostensibly. I hope you get alcohol poisoning. Ostensibly, 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 ostensibly. Who's that the word of the day? Calendar. Wait. Calendar, word of the day? You mean word of the month? Calendars go by the month, bro. Like, those little pictures on every month is by, like, so if it's like, a word, on a calendar instead of a picture, it'd be of the month. Not a day. Oh my god. You were just trying to fucking get me on this whole, like, bill/rent shit, and now you're trying to fucking, like, throw that out. Like, oh my god. Give me a motherfucking break. Abolish rent, am I right? Yeah, based. Oh, wow, based. Because then, people can actually use their money and finances to things that are, more productive, more meaningful for themselves. That can actually fucking, like, uplift them and use those funds, you know, to potentially, you know, like, advance a hobby, invest into things, you know, do other different shit, maybe have a vacation or two. Based on what? That housing and having a roof over your fucking head is a human right. Landlords are more important than you. Oh my god, we got a fucking little simp cuck beta bitch, you know, for landlords. Yeah, fuck the landlords, you sad little bitch boy. Having a house isn't human right. Yeah, it is. Basic fucking comfortable stability and shit when it comes to a human being and having a fucking, like, a healthy life and shit. You know, a part of that is having a fucking roof over your head. You can't have a fucking healthy, you know, stable life and shit unless you have a roof over your head, you know, and there's some basic security that comes with that. You know, do I give a fuck about what the UN has to say? The fucking, like, cucked fucking weak ass UN. They had the Saudi Arabia on their human rights panel for fuck's sake. Like, you think I give a fuck about what the UN has to say about shit? So you don't even live by your own mantra. Oh, so you live in society, but yet you critique it. That meme. Oh, I love it. Like, I could still live by my own mantra, or, you know, still advocate and believe in that type of shit, while still living in a paradigm and in a fucking, you know, society that doesn't abide by that type of shit. Like, that's just absurd. Having a place to live is human right, not necessarily owning said land. Yeah. I mean, there's also that, too. Like, I mean, you're trying to, you know, like, honestly, like, I give a fuck about the authority of the UN anyway at this point. But when it comes to, like, owning property and having a roof over your head, those are two different things. Like, having public housing is not necessarily owning that property. It's a publicly funded and publicly owned type of thing. It's a public utility there. So you wouldn't own the property that you have a roof over your head there. You just don't care. Literally, yes, it is. Like all modern nations aside from the United States have some form of universal healthcare, you know, established in their fucking system and shit. And one, their society hasn't crumbled. Two, like, you know, their people are far better off. And three, it's because they recognize it as a fucking right. Not some sort of, like, for-profit venture that could be, you know, delved into goddamn, like, Ponzi schemes and fucking, you know, a bunch of fucking, like, scammery and snaggle bullshit. That fucking, you know, the trifecta of the pharmaceutical industries and the goddamn fucking, like, you know, doctors that, you know, they're only for the fucking profit instead of actual, you know, human needs and accountability than the insurance companies. Bootleg commie. I'm not even a fucking communist. I'm a syndicalist. There's a difference. Pay for that Mark sweater. Why does it matter to you? And is it even a Mark sweater? It says all I want for Christmas. It's a Christmas sweater, bitch. How the fuck do you, like, what makes you fucking think it's a Christmas sweater or like a Mark sweater or whatever the fuck? You really must have, like, no life. Like, seriously. Like, if you're just, like, this, like, far deep, like, in to, like, where I am, like, so deep in your head. Like, holy Amelia Bedelia. Feel ostensibly again. Wow, you're really horny for that word. Do you want me, like, do you have, like, some attraction do you have like an attraction? Like, do you want to? It's like, is there like, you know, some fuck lusts going on here? I think there's like some fuck lusts. I think that's what's going on. I think this guy, you know, wants to fuck. You know what I mean? I think we got like a little like, little fuck going on. He wants to tour the place so he can be like, all right, you know, is this guy, you know, worth the fuck? See how poor you are. Not as poor as you. If you think, you know, poor is aesthetic and shit, then my god. Pretty pathetic. So, Cuff, what are you doing over there, boy? What you doing, boy? Oh, well, hello. Ah! My vaccine, of course, and I'm gonna get my booster because I'm actually a fucking Sigma. Not like some beta cuck little fucking bitch who's insecure about needles and scared of like, oh no, the Fauci, oh god, Oh, who's a baby? Who's a baby boy? Who's a little baby? Oh, who's a baby? Who's a sweet handsome baby? Oh, who's a baby? Oh. Oh. Who's a baby boy? Who's a sweet baby? So we're basically fucking Santa, am I right? I know, right? And boosters gonna get as much as it requires, baby. As much as it requires there, baby. All of them. That's how many. Because I'm a fucking Sigma. And you do also realize that fucking, these vaccines are literally free. Like, oh my god, like, wow. Like, how do you, like, make profit off something that's free? Like, oh. Oh, this is the TJ mix that he uses. Sweet. Found it. Free? Yeah. Like, if you literally can walk into any pharmaceutical, like CVS, Walgreens, even a grocery store, like a Safeway that might have a goddamn fucking pharmacy, and you can walk in, set up an appointment, or even get it right then and there, and it's free. Like, you walk in and you walk out afterwards. Like, oh my god, yeah, wow. And sometimes, if it's at a grocery store, you might get like a 10% off little coupon, you know, for doing it. It actually is theft. Oh my fucking god, shut up. Texas is theft, oh my god. Oh yeah, so roads are, you know, stolen money. Like, roads are built off of stolen money. The military's built off of stolen money. Like, shut the fuck up, you goddamn little pissant, insecure little fucking bitch. Like, the one time where an F-slur is inappropriate, you know, at this point, and I think should be redefined, is for little simpering, sad little faggots like you. At least on YouTube, I could get away with saying that. So, eat a dick, little bitch. Like, I'm bi, so it's just like, you know, back in the 90s and shit, Vega was, you know, used for people like me and shit. Growing up, got all the time, but guess what? The real ones are people like you. The sad little bitches, you know, that all want to fucking, you know, be like, oh, this, that, the vaccine bullshit, blah, blah, blah. It's like, oh, shut up, you little sad, simpering little faggot fucking little bitch. Like, fucking goddamn. Homophobic. I literally am bisexual. like trans rights so much to the fucking point to where transhumanism needs to be a fucking thing. Like, oh my god, like, wow. Like, I'm literally bisexual, bitch. Like, on YouTube, it's, you know, a word that you can actually fucking say. Rip your YouTube channel. I've said it in the past. Like, oh my god, shut the fuck up. Think you have, like, some sort of authority or control over my life, you sad little bitch. Again, that's where the, you know, the word's appropriate is for simpering little bitches like you. Like, this idea that, like, oh my god, homophobic. It's like, give me a break. Like, a lot of, you know, these motherfuckers and basically and shit, you know, are just, you know, saying, like, oh, well, like, well, it's just so homophobic when it's, like, a lot of fucking people in the LGBT now pretty much, like, you know, call themselves like that in bed and shit. I do. Huge sales done. Oh, like yours. It's just Bannister, alright? Yeah, you could go for it. I already did too. You can give him a double whammy. And besides, you know what? Because you also just basically admitted to yourself that you fucking, you know, are basically, essentially, utterly, like, admitted that you're the one who basically did a false report on my channel, then hey, guess what? You get to be fucking evidence. Here. We'll just have a nice little juicy thumbnail for him. There we go. Juicy. Oh, so beautiful. Oh, so beautiful. I get to, you know, show that to Twitch and be like, hey, so this man has literally been following me, trying to do fucking, you know, false reports on me over and over again, and here's some evidence where he's, you know, openly admitting that he did that to my Twitch account and false reported me. Thank you for the evidence. Wow, I think this repeal will be a lot more easier than I thought. Oh my god, you just made that much fucking easier. Oh, wow. Oh man, thank you for the evidence. Oh, that's gonna be so beautiful. Oh, to be like, hey, I have actual evidence because I've been doing streams, you know, still on YouTube, where there's actual evidence to show that, hey, guess what? Oh, did somebody actually fucking be a Sigma to the fucking little beta bitch that is Mole Man, you little fuck? Like, live rent free in my head more, bitch. Fucking little beta? Cuck? Little bitch? Get cucked! Get cucked! Oh, that evidence! Oh, it's gonna be just so beautiful! Free speech at your loose. Not for him! For that mole man? Like, that's not fucking free speech and shit when he's trying to suppress my own. No, he deserves it. He's somebody who should be fucking, you know, not just banned, but, like, you know, fucking terminated from that platform. When he's purposely trying to do false reports on other people. No, fuck him. Like, he should be, like, straight ISP banned and shit. No evidence now. I screenshotted it. I saved it. You think I'm dumb enough to fucking ban him before I save the evidence? Of course. And besides, I'm streaming from Streamlabs, so no matter what, the comments, even if I ban the person, those comments stay up. I can still see them, no matter what. Even if they are deleted on your end on YouTube. So, no matter what, I still have evidence. So, oh, too bad for Mole Man. Sounds like my free speeches are gonna be reinstated, maybe. Of course, you know, I still have to go for Twitch's fucking bullshit, but nonetheless, I actually have evidence to make it a lot more easier for my fucking, you know, argument. So thank you, Mole Man. Stupid fuck. Stupid fucking bitch. Oh, I love these trolls, man. Hoisted by his own petard. I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna love it. And even if it doesn't happen, I think the Mole Man won. And I want to have actual, like, screen caps of him literally saying that he did a false report. So... This thing here, like, when it comes to, you know, his shit, like, the motherfucker, like, you know, when he's saying, I controlled your Twitch, you know, where's that? It's saying that he made a false report to fucking, you know, ban, you know, to fucking do a false ban on me. So, when it's screen capping that, slurs repeatedly. Okay, when it comes to the F slur, might as well just keep going on with that at least. For me personally, like, that word, you know, is something like, when it comes to words like queer or all these other words that have been taken back and shit, or like the Pepe meme or whatever the fuck, that's one of the ones that I think should be. Because honestly, when I think of that, I think of these insecure, like, John Doyle, fucking Nick Fuentes and shit. It's not your word. I'm bisexual. I'm in the LGBT. Not my word, bitch. Yeah, it is. I'm here. I'm queer. I'm bisexual. I suck dick. Like, not my word. You know how many times I've been called a faggot growing up and shit? Like, seriously. You know how many times that's been fucking used at me and shit? Like, come on. Come on now. Don't be like that. Soon did that. Because honestly, it was literally like a fucking filler word and shit back in like the 90s and early 2000s. And honestly, because in a lot of ways, it was mainly used to just, you know, just like fuck on people more so than, you know, their sexuality by the early 2000s. But it was still used, you know, for homophobic purposes. But honestly, like, there's plenty of people in the LGBTQ, like myself, that wish to see words like that, you know, reclaimed, you know, for us. It's like, yeah, because back then, queer was a slur. But now, queer is seen as a, you know, a part of the LGBTQ. It's L, lesbian, G, gay, B, bi, T, trans, Q, queer, / questioning, I think it's queer specifically, A, asexual, and then I for intersex, and then plus, and go down the line. But bisexual is a part of that. Never used that word. Yeah, yes. He sent me whispers and shit on Twitch, and, you know, calling me that. On top of me being an N-word lover. So, What's the N-word? You can't be that fucking silly. You know what I mean? Neighbor. Slur used against black people. In Spanish, black literally is translated in Spanish to negro. Yeah, so the more English-fied version of that. Like, if you know what the F word is, then you have to know what the N word is. Like, come on, give me a break. Knowledge. Yeah, it's knowledge, boy. I mean, honestly, like, either way. That's racist. I say boy all the time. It's like, oh my fucking god, are you kidding me, dude? Like, saying that's knowledge, boy, it ain't fucking being oh my fucking god. That's how masters hurt his slaves. That's not the fucking, oh my god. That's not the context I'm using it in. If I was, you know, being like, you know, like some sort of, like, you know, race-based shit, being like, oh, well, these, you know, quote-unquote, blah, blah, whatever, need a little bit. But I'm not. I'm on the whole Carlin approach of, like, context matters. Seems like it. What, saying knowledge? Knowledge! I mean, just... feelings. I heard feelings of one person in the chat, like... Sorry, I don't have, like, strong parasocial relationships when it comes to things like that. Black person accent. How's that a black person accent? Like, I don't want to do one, but that isn't one. If anything, it was more like a southern twanged accent more than anything. Now, boy, I tell you what, you know, if you go down there in that crazy liberalized, you know, college campus or some shit, then I tell you what, like, I mean, it's like, it's more of southern twang than anything. Like, I do like the southern mock twang, you know, for these southern QAnon weird dipshits and all this fucking shit. Think you're a racist? Well, you'd be fucking ridiculous. Like, have you watched my streams before? Like, you said you popped in from the Twitch side of things in the past. Like, when it comes to the fundamental aspect of labor and shit, I'm a major strong advocate of that. And when it comes to free labor, that basically means slavery and shit, and I'm a staunch rebellion against that type of shit. John Brown, based as fuck. Like, John Brown is a fucking, you know, rebellious fucking freedom fighter as far as I give a shit. The idea that he's like some traitor and shit with the Harper's Ferry, whatever the fuck. Bullshit. Like, that motherfucker was a goddamn fucking freedom fighter and shit. Like, I mean, if anything, it didn't go hard enough trying to fucking, you know, free slaves out of the goddamn South. And Reconstruction didn't go far enough. And, you know, when it comes to fucking, you know, the immigrant and, you know, the minorities and the black communities and shit, when it comes to labor and shit, like, their voice absolutely needs to be, you know, part of the fucking bargaining table, just amongst, you know, anyone else. Like, their value and their power in labor is just as valuable and just as important, just as any other fucking person and shit. And their shit shouldn't be exploited, you know, like by any means, you know, just by, like, anyone else. Like, the fucking robber baron CEO and the fucking straw boss is, you know, gonna be the same no matter the fuck what. So fuck them either way, and they're gonna be exploiting the worker no matter how they can and shit. So fuck them. Like, solidarity amongst the workers always, regardless of their fucking creed, background, or race, bitch. Gonna call me a racist now? Done listening to that dumbass. Yeah, good. Idea of me promoting white supremacy. I literally beat the fuck out of a white supremacist, bitch. I went up against lines of fucking cops and white supremacists and shit, you know, looking for a motherfucking fight with some of these bitches. Back at these protests last year. The last one, on August 22nd, I was looking for one. Those motherfuckers are too pussy to actually show up, though. But man, I wish they did. Oh boy. It was white supremacists. If they came up fucking looking for violence and shit, yeah, I would. And on August 22nd, or whatever fucking day, you know, that was and shit, you know, when they were ostensibly looking, you know, to kind of start some fights and shit, yeah. At that point, yeah, it's okay to punch Nazis. Punch a white supremacist at that point. When they're looking for violence and looking to fucking stir shit up and fuck with your community, yeah. That Hicks sound, that what's the what sound? What, doing the what, that's just clearing my throat. We don't need a right punch. Oh my god. No. Like, I'm adding the specific aspect of them when they come looking for violence and looking for a fucking fight and looking for trouble and shit. If they want to have, like, a talk or a conversation, then I'm willing to have that talk. and try to, you know, challenge them and fucking, you know, deconvert them on their beliefs. But if they're looking for other shit, then it's kind of the whole fuck around and find out. Certain sound you make in sentences. Certain sound I make in sentences? I really would not know then. That? I mean, that's just more me kind of like, you know, doing like kind of a scoff slash like laugher or whatever the fuck. I like, whatever, it's just mannerisms, whatever. Like human mannerisms. It's human, it's welcome to humanity. I don't know what to tell you. Duality of man, I say. Ignores the anti-fascists. He hates hate. I mean, unironically though. I mean, like, hold on. I know it's on like goddamn stickers and shit, but like, fuck. I mean, it's like right there. It's right there and shit. I mean, for fuck's sake, like, can I go further than this? I mean, like, this is like, I nicknamed this baby Union Graffiti because it's fucking graffitied out with fucking shit, you know? It's like, it's my little Labor Union guitar, basically. In fact, I need to add another sticker to it. I have another little sticker I need to add to it. In fact, I'm gonna find out where I should put it. I got one that looks like it, but it's a different design now, so I want to find a better spot. You know what? I think I'll put it right. Where? Oh, you know what? Oh. I know a spot. Right here. Right here, baby. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Do you have a band? I bet you're awesome at the guitar. Well, I don't have a band, but I have an A string missing, but I am pretty good at it. I mean, even with the A string missing, I can kind of, you know, flex a little something, something. It's an A string, so I've tuned the E string down to a D, so epic D chord. Flex going on with it. I mean, that's just with the A string missing, so I mean, imagine what type of fucking shit I can flex with the A string. Elvis show, encore. Well, I mean, I can throw the bass up because I can at least all the strings to my bass are at least here. At least I have all the strings to the bass. You're just like, wait, whoa, you have another one? Oh, hold on, let me tune this really quick. Oh, that's a C sharp? What the fuck? Get into A. troll too. Oh my god. Simon's song is ear abuse. Oh my god. Then get the fuck out of here then, you simpering little bitch. I know music now. To get a little jam. I have to trigger the other troll at least a little bit. I mean, if I had my fucking 6-string in full functionality, I actually could throw out some labor songs I know and shit, but unfortunately I can't do that. But that's kind of the fun little thing about having something like this, a little labor song book, is being able to know different little songs. Thank God. Oh, shut the fuck up. Goddamn little bitch. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, oh my God. You need to listen to actual, like, you know, the Mozart von Beethoven's. You need to actually listen to that. Oh my God. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. You need to listen. You actually need to listen to real music instead of this garbage. It's like, give me a fucking break. Are gonna be buried in that hat? I wish. Technically, this hat's as small and my head's fucking gargantuan. But I've worn this hat so much that it's eventually molded into my size. So. Not this hat, but I can find hats that I can bury myself in. I mean, I don't have them with me, but I have this hat. Which only has one pin on it, unfortunately. This looks like a Baker Boys hat, straight up though, not gonna lie. I like my other one. It's a little bit more wintry too. This is more of like my summer hat if I were to wear it. So it's a little bit out of season, I would say. Oh, can't we all be so sophisticated? Here, let me sip my little yes. Oh, what? You have that tiny little pish-wash little tea bottle? Wow, what are you? A peasant? You have to have a gallon to sip with. Yes. Last tick. There's another one. Okay. So, random side tangent. These motherfuckers, these random bots, come in here and will say this random shit. It'll be like Vast Tech or fucking like Bark Tech or some shit. It'll be like some random shit and then like Tech, or it'll be like VOH FYI or some shit like that. What are with these bots? Like, Twitch had, like, hey, you want to gain subscribers or follows? Here, follow big follows or some shit. I mean, it's just like... it's like, bruh, what the At least, you know, Twitch's bots, at least, you know, we're showing shit and being solicitors. These ones are just random. Like, it's nothing. Is it like some Enigma code? Like if I like type it into like some random code website that I have to like search or find? Or is it a website that's just not like, you know, there, but you have to like, you know, take the space out of it? Because there is this dot in between it. It's like, I don't know. It's probably like some bullshit. It's your favorite Christmas song? Man, oh, dude. I don't even know, dude, because they all play at the grocery store, and I hate them. It's to the point, like, honestly, like, I forgot what the symphony's called, but they do pretty cool, epic, bombastic symphonies. I don't know what their name is, but they usually are known for like their pretty cool like Christmas things, where it's kind of like a rock orchestra. I forgot what their name is, but like they play that song over the fucking like, you know, song tunes and shit. Zukov, what are you doing? I don't like those sounds. I mean, and honestly, when it comes to that song, I keep forgetting the fucking band, but I like that one. This is where it's just like like where they have like epic shit going on. Like, I mean, that one I actually like because it's kind of like a little metal-esque and like symphonic metal-esque vibey and shit, and I like that shit. So I mean, that's like the only good one I could think of. And Grandma Got Ran Over by a Reindeer, but of course they're not going to play that one in the stores. So there's that one. I mean, what am I trying to give Zukov? Oh, one of these. One of these little dumbbell things. August Burns Red. I don't think I've heard of that one. Oh, yeah, I'm going to show you off a little baby. Just like thunks himself out. My favorite is Green Sleeves. I don't think I've heard that one either. I'm not like really as big into like specifically like seasonal songs as much, or like thematic songs like that. But I mean, I can hold a place in, you know, in there, you know, for them if they sound, you know, good enough. But a lot of them just are really like kind of they're like either like Christian-y sounding, where it's just like it's like okay. Or it's just like, you know, really corporate like cover songs of different like Christmas songs, or it's just like there's like a pop song of like jingle bells, oh jingle bells, instead of like, you know, maybe some old classic version of it, you know, maybe like I mean, I guess there's D. Martin's fucking Let It Snow. They play that a little bit every now and then, which is a nice song. It's not my favorite, but, you know, that's okay. I like D. Martin, so, you know, I can have an appreciation for, you know, for some of them, for some of the artistry of D. Martin. We gotta respect him as an artist and shit. I mean, he was a pretty very influential artist, especially for his time. Unlike that fucking little mole man / Sam Hyde bitch boy, like, I actually have an appreciation for art regardless of fucking art. Like, I can enjoy Charles Manson's music just as much as Dean Martin's or fucking Antonin Dvorak or Beethoven or fucking like some black jazz artists or fucking what labor song. It don't even fucking matter to me. Sounds good and I like it, I'm gonna like it. Also, my favorite would probably have been Winter Wonderland. I like that one. Oh, the two front teeth. Oh my god. Oh, that one's horrible. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest, I tune out so many of them now just because I just hear it so often. Like, as soon as Thanksgiving's over, it's like, boom, Christmas carols. And it's like, ugh. I mean, it'd be okay if they at least switched it up every year. Like, hey, we're gonna, you know, have these set songs for this year, and then we're gonna have a different set of songs, you know, this year, and then we're gonna have a different set of songs this year. That would be like, okay, that's all right. I mean, even if they threw in a few of the same in there, you know, it's like where they throw like, you know, a couple the same over and over again. At least add some variety. Like, It's like who's like involved in this shit, you know, when it comes to like these corporations and the grocery stores, when it comes to like these fucking little like radios that they have. Because apparently you could tune into them too. Because at least at my store, it's like, hey, you can like tune in, you know, to our radio if you want, you know, like outside of the store. And it's like, who in the fuck wants to do that for one? And honestly, I tune it out so much, I only register that part and just think, why? Are there any Christmas horrors movies like, stop trying to make Christmas Halloween, stop putting Christmas decorations out in October? Oh, there's been a few times I've seen that. And Christmas horror, I can't really think of any off the top of my head, to be honest. I guess there's Nightmare Before Christmas, but honestly, when that first came out as a kid, hot take, it turned me off because of the animations and shit. For some reason, as a kid growing up, I was never a fan of that type of animation style. Though, honestly, I don't really have a fucking reason not to, though, because now looking back at it, like, the animation style actually looks pretty dope. Like, adult me looks back at, like, child me and wonders why in the fuck did I have the opinions that I did? Like, I mean, when it came to certain things, and that's one of them. Like, and honestly, I just never seen it, so I can't really necessarily say if I like it or not, because I've just never seen it. Because I've had, like, this weird fucking mentality of, like, bleh. So, I don't know. Aside from that one, I can't really think of any others. Because honestly, I think that's like really the only known like Christmas Halloween movie, at least that I could think of. I mean, maybe there's other ones out there, but I just straight don't know. Black Christmas and Krampus are good ones to start with. Oh, I've heard of Krampus. I've never seen it, but I have heard of it, and I remember when it came out in theaters, I was so badly trying to convince, like, I think I was a teenager at the time, so I was trying to badly convince my mama to go see it. I was like, hey, please, can we see it? And she hates horror movies, so of course, never got to see it. Oh, dude, you just reminded me of a movie I've really badly wanted to see, but never seen yet. Oh, dude, I gotta put that on my list. I wonder if that's on like Hulu or Netflix or some shit, because if it is, I might just fucking watch it, because I can just leech off my mom's Hulu or Netflix accounts. She lets me anyway. German Christmas Monster. Oh wow, you actually changed your name to Mornax. But I mean, yeah, it is a Christmas monster, but no, there's a horror movie. I mean, no, there's a horror movie called Krampus. Wait, doesn't PG-13 mean you could have seen it on your own? Well, yes, but I was a kid, like, and also I had a conservative mom growing up, so, and it's one that didn't necessarily let my dad have the authority to just, like, do whatever I was gonna do unless he was, like, actually chaperoning me, so, you know, I kind of had one of those upbringings a little bit, though. Yeah, well, hey, at least it makes it easier to recognize it now. I made you a mod, right? It says on here I can make you a mod, but I think I already have you as a mod. Also, I need to get on Twitch, it was called Neurocommunism, but I need to make sure that he also blah 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 knows it too. Actually, I was gonna fucking do that really quick because he just responded to me not too long ago. So I want to see if I could do that really quick here. Just give me a second. Oh, sweet. I think this is it. Is it? Oh, sweet. Okay. Copy link. Alright, I'll just give this to him really quick. Oops. Okay, there we go. Yep, looks like I got through. Sweet. Alright. So now you should have it now. Slowly but surely they're integrating back. And then, now it's also Gringo Guapo. He needs to get his ass over here too. And Kraftwerk. There's a few of them that need to slowly but surely get their ways over here. And let them know, you know, who they are once they pop in here too. You know, so especially at least for Gringo, I know I mod him, so I'll have to mod him over here too. Just keep the consistency. This be, oh, I read that. I'm trying to think. Honestly, you know, I'm just realizing I love the hypocrisy, you know, of my mom growing up a little bit. Because you want to know one movie I watched over and over again that I distinctly remember growing up early as a kid was True Lies, and that movie is like rated R as fuck. Like there's straight up like a strip scene where like, you know, obviously, you know, she doesn't know it, but the Arnold Schwarzenegger's wife, or at least in the movie, you know, his character's wife, you know, stripping for this person who thinks some other fuck, but is actually his husband, but he just wanted to kind of see a show of his wife a little bit and shit. And then, you know, then all that. It's like that scene was in there. Like, I mean, there was all sorts of crazy violent scenes and shit, and some pretty sexual scenes too. And it's like, I remember seeing that over and over and over as a kid growing up. But like, oh no. Like, you know, like, uh-oh, certain things though. Like, I mean, I just love like the hypocrisy with like conservatives sometimes with this type of shit. Like, certain things are, oh, I mean, she didn't necessarily approve, but I guess, you know, it was okay enough. But I mean, it's just like, you know, it's like some things are okay, especially if it's like action and violence, like that's okay, but like sexual shit, But if there happens to be a little something that slips in there and they don't catch it, you know, while I'm watching, then uh-oh, you know, it's like I get to find out. But I love it. And also, True Lies is a pretty fucking awesome movie, I'm not gonna lie. I have fond memories watching that film. I mean, it's a pretty absurd movie a little bit, where it's like, oh yeah, terrorists acquire like a fucking nuke and apparently detonate it too, and they have like another one and all this other shit. Like, it's a pretty crazy fucking ridiculous movie, but it's awesome nonetheless. I love it. True Lies is pretty epic. Best chip dips. For me, I usually go for shit that has, like, garlic in it. Like, Sukov, what are you doing? Like, the last dip I've had was, like, garlic hummus, and honestly, that was pretty badass and pretty tasty as fuck. Like, garlic, onion, and chive, that, like, it was like this, it's like a local brand called Traza that we, stock up and shit. And it's pretty delicious. I grab it every now and then, and oh, for chip dips, it's good. I mean, it's technically a hummus, so you can have you know, yeah, like some hummus bread and shit like that, like some naan bread and stuff like that with it. But honestly, it's good for chip dip as well.
No cough. What you doing, baby?
Oh, you know what? I just realized I like hate your food. You know I can just like grab it right there, right? Oh my god, what is up with you? Why do you like that with your food? Like, I have like a bowl of kibble right here, and he just like will be weird about it, where it's like sniffs it and just wanders away, and then he'll like after a while he'll then finally come back and then start eating it. I have a controversial opinion of the response. Now everyone, I think it's time to finally come together. Get him! Make 4 or 5 gallons of queso a day at work. Damn. That don't sound too bad, but I just kind of realized doing that over and over and over and over again, like, every day, that'd be a little tiring. But make some good old queso. But it's just cheese. I mean, queso is just cheese. It's just Spanish for cheese. So, I mean, just, you know, making a bunch of cheese and shit, I mean, it don't sound too bad, but doing it over and over and over again, that would, yeah, be a little tiring. Consider my ring harassing the fuck out of me and my this is why it's a turning conversation. Dude, I mean honestly, oh hey. Radical. So I know you're Nero. Actually, you know what? Low-key, I feel like I want to mod you over here too. But before I, think about that real quick. So I honestly now found out what the fuck happened. So honestly, that whole fucking ban that I got on Twitch was a fucking false report, and I actually got evidence for it now. So so you probably have noticed like that Mole Man dude last few streams on Twitch, at least before I was banned, popping in. It was that motherfucker. He admitted it in here. Of course, I screenshot it before I banned him here and shit. But I kept it around because I'm like, oh, he came back. Why would that be? So I played around with him for a little bit, and then of course he lets it slip, and of course I'm going to screenshot it. Where he's like, oh, well, evidently I control your Twitch, where's that, huh? I'm like, oh, wow, isn't that a little bit of a Freudian slip? So, honestly, even if Twitch is still like, well, blah, 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 it's like, no, I actually do believe this is, because I got evidence for this. So, I love it. I love it. Why does he want you banned? I don't know. Because he's like some sad, insecure, right-wing grifter little bitch boy, honestly, that, wants to try to get a rile out of, like, some random little, like, up-and-coming little, like, lefty streamer or some shit. And at least on Twitch, it has been kind of a known problem that there will be, like, quote, hate raids or people that would try to get different streamers, banned on Twitch, and I feel like this is one of those cases. And I know Twitch will be like, hey, if you file a repeal for these type of cases, we'll, revoke them and shit. So, especially now that I got some evidence for this, then it's like, alright, hopefully I can have that happen. But, nonetheless, it's just like, I mean, you got these random motherfuckers that, to do this type of shit. And honestly, I'm thinking about it. Because I've been doing this for as long as I have, and when it comes to, like, the protests that I've been to, and I know that certain, like, right-wing streamers and shit, and, like, far-right type of groups and shit have, noticed me and followed me in the past and shit. Like, there's, I think his name is, like, he's, like, Portland Andy, I think his name is. He kind of harbors a lot of different right-wingers and shit on his channel, and he's followed me and doxed me once before. And Andy No has doxed me once before, so him and his ilk has followed me before. So I have a suspicion that maybe this fuck is probably somebody who's been a part of that, and is just kind of coming back around to be like, hey, what's this fuck been up to? Let's see if I can fuck with him again, or some shit. I mean, that's probably my guess. And also, the dude probably also does this, with various other fucking, channels as well, not just mine. He just happens, right now, because he kind of has, like, a, quote, upper hand at the moment, where he feels like, oh, I have, like, a leverage on him right now, so I'm gonna fuck with him extra. Which, for now, sure, but I'm not too sure about that 100%. Of course, like, not everything's set in stone, like, like, Twitch is gonna still be Twitch, like, what they say is still gonna be what they say, but, having some evidence, though, it helps, it kind of helps, build a case for myself, for my own defense, which I think is a very valid, justified defense, considering I got some weird fuck that I live rent-free in his head, apparently. sad little incel bitch. Like, when it comes to the F-slur, like, it's motherfuckers like that I think about when it comes to that shit, because, oh my god, like, what a... Oh boy. I mean, I'm not gonna say it again, but I said earlier, but I won't do it again. But it's just like, oh boy, like, that's what I think of when I think of that, you know, of that word at this point. And what a sad little bitch. And then try to say I'm homophobic when I'm literally part of the LGBTQ. It's just like, huh? It's like it's like, also, what a way to, like, just disregard and also just, like, undermine the idea that there also are people in the LGBT that take that word back. And if anything, you know, are okay and like having that said. Me being one of them. I grew up with that being derogatorily said towards me when it comes to the F-slur and shit. I mean, I know on YouTube it's more safer and shit, but I'm just gonna, you know, keep going with it as is. But, so whatever. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, when it comes to that, like, fuck. I mean, I also know other LGBT streamers. Like, I think Demon is one of these people, too, as well. Where she's on this page, too. Where it's like, yeah, when it comes to, like, you know, sex or intimacy, I don't mind being called, you know, like, I don't mind being called faggot and shit. Like, call me that all night, baby. You know, that type of shit. Like, I know a lot of different people on the LGBT that are like that, legitimately. Me, again, being one of them, where they don't see that as inherently a negative context, and if anything, kind of seen as almost like empowering, like the whole idea that we're queer used to be a slur and shit, but now that's been kind of taken back as a word of empowerment. Like, I mean, if anything, that would be my fundamental argument to this type of shit, where it's just like, I mean, redefined as a word of empowerment, just like, you know, queer has been redefined as. Like, I mean, seriously. Like, I mean, when it comes to that shit, like, obviously you're gonna still have, like, these bigoted homophobic bitches, but throw it back at them. Like, I mean, because fundamentally, they're the ones who are insecure about it. They're the ones who are a little, like, projecting little bitches about it and shit. They're the ones who are fundamentally, like, you know, got the problem with it. We're the ones that don't. So, why should, like, you know, it's like, obviously, you know, understand the context and the word and the nature and shit, but, like, at the end of the day, like, you know, that doesn't mean we can't, you know, take it back and redefine it and shit. It's like Pepe, you know, like that meme, like the little Pepe the Frog, like, it was like a big alt-right, like, little dog whistle, but now, like, lefties and shit use it all the time. I still think it's kind of cringe, you know, me personally, I hate that fucking thing. But nonetheless, it's an example of one of these type of things. It's not a word, but it's, you know, kind of a symbol that's been kind of taken back in a sense to where it's been kind of more reappropriated as Peepo. Where it's like Peepo the Frog. You know, so it's kind of been more, you know, kind of adapted now, but nonetheless, it's still rooted in the same thing. So it's just like, it's another one of these type of examples where, you know, it's like, it could be the same thing. Like, so, I don't know, like, to me, it's just like the idea of me being homophobic just because I happen to say the F-slur once or twice or some shit, or refer to, you know, somebody, you know, like, who I personally deem more like that versus, you know, someone who's gay or some shit, is, or LGBT abroad, is definitely, you know, like, to me, you know, a major difference in context, and a difference in definition of that word, and especially when I'm a part of the LGBTQ. I mean, it's just like, oh, you can't say that word. It's like, huh? It's like you can't, it's like telling a black person you can't say the soft A-N word and shit, where, you know, it's like, huh? It's like, yeah, the fuck they can. Like, when? Actually, it's very bad. Is there another, like, thing going on now? In my book, that word in my book describes whiny bitches. Yeah. And honestly, these, like, John Doyle, Nick Fuentes, these, like, far-right, incel, insecure types, that's essentially what they, you know, sound like to me. And that's what I kind of describe them as. Like, when I, like, the Ben Shapiro types and these silly fucking dipshits. Like, these are who I think when I think of that word at this point. I mean, so, if, you know, which is why I think, again, you know, some that, you know, can be taken back and, you know, seen as a word of empowerment more so than an actual word of, like, actual hatred and shit. I mean, it's like, if you got, like, you know, like, you know, like in a rap song where, you know, like in NWA's Fuck the Police and shit. Like, the N-words, me and my friend fucking legit wrote down how many times the N-word said, and actually specifically by which artists. And honestly, like, I think, you know, it was actually, I think Eazy-E was the one who said the least amount of N-words, but, like, overall, I mean, you know, when it comes down to it, like, it was said at least about 12-something times. Maybe, I think it was 14, I think, if I remember correctly. But it's, like, overall, it's, like, I mean, especially in the context of something like that, even if some, like, random white bloke, you know, is just, like, singing along to the lyrics and shit, I don't necessarily think that's a problem. They're just singing along to this song that's more fundamentally fucking on cops and fucking against them because of their treatment against black people. I mean, so, if anything, you know, so, like, to me, I just really do take the Carlin approach, where I think context does matter. Now, how people personally go about that, that's up to them. Like, if they don't personally want to say the N-word even in, like, lyrics and shit, okay, whatever. I don't give a fuck. I mean, honestly, for me, you know, I'm just, you know, I mean, like, depending on who I'm with, I may or may not, like, because I understand, like, maybe some people might not, you know, jive with it or whatever or not, but, like, I don't care. Like, I mean, like, I like, you know, if I like the song, I'm gonna sing along to it, and, you know, and I understand the context of these type of songs, like, they're not, like, inherently, like, against black people or some shit, and I don't think, you know, I'm being racist for singing along to Fuck the Police by NWA, just because, you know, the soft A N-word or whatever the fuck happens to be said a few times. Well, more than a few times, at least a dozen times. But, I mean, you know, overall, I'm not going to go out of my way to try to do that, especially in front of people and shit. You know, it's just like sometimes if I'm jiving with a song, I sing along to it. And if that song comes up, I sing along to it too. I mean, honestly, especially if I happen to be at work or some shit, I'm not necessarily going to sing along to it or whatever. But either way, if I like a song, I sing along to it. And I don't think something like that is harmful. I mean, I think that's fine. You know, so it's just like, again, you know, the Carlin approach. Context matters. I mean, we know that bit. It goes literally in the entire book and says it all in there. And then, you know, and then goes on an actual explanation about the whole aspect of context and all this shit. And, you know, makes a whole joke about it. And it's funny. And the whole crowd laughs. Because it's not just a joke, but also one that, you know, is a social commentary and explanation of, like, you know, aspect of context and, well, why it matters. I mean, so it's just like, yeah, when you got, like, some random white supremacist Klansman, Richard Spencer type, Nick Fuentes, John Doyle type of piece of shit, you know, talking about, like, you know, like the black peoples, whatever the fuck, chances are they're probably being racist. But if you got, like, you know, some dude singing along to, like, an NWA song, probably not. You know, if anything, they probably vibe with the song and probably agree with the fucking bullshit that, you know, black people get when it comes to police brutality. Like, I mean, if anything, they probably also vibe with Cop Killer too, you know, so it's just like, you know, again, context to me matters. I mean, so it's like, you know, if somebody, you know, happens to say a word, and, like, honestly, it's so perfect too because of Hassan and Vosh with the cracker discourse and shit. Like, because isn't that also context? Like, I mean, it's just like, fuck. Like, also, Vosh got, like, banned because he was just talking about the context of fucking Hassan's ban and shit. Not even, like, referring it to anybody or anything. So it's just like, you know, again, here's, like, an example where, like, context fucking matters and how there just really isn't any, like, nuance to this type of shit, unfortunately. I feel like there is, at least, you know, it's getting better, but these fucking platforms haven't been, you know, following up with that at all. I feel like there's been at least better discourse and not as much of this woke scoldy nonsense as they're used to back in, like, 2016, 17, 18-ish, whatever the fuck, where it was, like, a big trend where, like, the radical alt-right and the fucking woke scoldies were, like, the culture war fucking hype and shit. It's not really, luckily, as much anymore, but, I mean, because I think people realize it's fucking bullshit. But, you know, it's just like, I mean, it just gets kind of ridiculous to me at a certain point. Especially when, like, oh my god, you know what? Hold on, I want to fucking find it really quick, because I was watching this, listening to it mostly, at work. But apparently Hassan and, Ethan Klein from HEH3 have a podcast. I literally did not know this. But they had literally, like white slur tier lists and shit, and honestly, like, some of these words are fucking hilarious. Like, there's, like, you know, like, snow possum, fucking, like, cum skin. Like, I'm not kidding, these are apparently, like, white slurs, and honestly, snow possum sounds adorable. Like, what the fuck? Like, that, it sounds like something I call my, like, significant other, like, how you doing, cute little snow possum? You know, whatever the fuck. Like, I feel like that'd be something I do before I cuddle my spouse or some shit. Like, I mean, like, oh no, that's supposed to, like, huh? I mean, it's, I mean, it's just like, man, these words, like, and also just like when, I don't know. It just gets fucking ridiculous, I think, to a point. Where it's like, hey, we have to be basically, you know, it's like, hey, you know, slurs are bad. Which, you know, yeah, if you're, you know, saying slurs against somebody just based on their fucking appearance or their sexuality or whatever, fuck, yeah, it's bad. Yeah, sure, yeah, I mean, you shouldn't, you know, go against people like that. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, but then to be like, oh, but now you can't, you know, be, you know, saying, like, very specific words and shit, you know, whatever the fuck. It's like, well, I mean, what specifically are we talking about here? Because honestly, I can understand, you know, for platforms having maybe at least, you know, limitations for, like, you know, the N-word or yes or shit. I can understand that. But it's just like, for things like cracker and shit like, huh? Like, honestly, I'm glad Canuck isn't fucking on their TOS, because how many times have I said that on Twitch? I mean, Jesus, like, I mean, honestly, obviously, satirically, making fun of Canadians, I mean, but not in any real, like, actual fucking, like, negative way, you know? Just doing it for the lulz, because, I mean, I like the Canadians, you know, so I like to kind of give them some fun, joshy shit, and sometimes and shit. I named my mods the Mounties. I mean, named after the fucking, like, the nickname of the fucking Canadian Royal Mountain Police or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, I have, like, a little bit of, you know, I have a homage to the Canadians, you know, so I have to have a little fun with them. I like maple syrup, too, you know, so there's things about Canada I like. That weed's legal in their whole country and shit, like, they got shit, you know, on lock a little bit. Zukov, if I let you out, I swear to fucking God, if you... Okay, the fence that I have set up for him doesn't work anymore. I mean, he sneaks out now. It's like, son of a bitch, dude. Oh, you know, oh, I just thought of an idea. I have rope. I could just tie it. Oh, that works, actually. I hate how you escape into the front yard and then can just wander in the neighborhood. I hate that. Notice there's no center protection for the French. True. Canada is way more advanced than the USA. I mean, honestly, that's why I kind of have like a soft jest towards the Canadians. Because also, you know, the Canadians have their own version of like the South and the rednecks and shit. The Canadian Quebecan separatists, like the weird French Quebecan separatists and shit like that. Like the Jean-François Garbe. You know, like, you know, those types and shit, like, they, you know, they have their own equivalent of that, so it's just like, they're Diet America, you know? So it's just like, it's why I kind of give them the Joshin every now and then, you know what I mean? It's like, you know, like, low-key, though, they're like America, but better in many ways, but also at the same time, kind of the same. People there are nice. There's nothing bad about France. We haven't even talked about France. Honestly, France is pretty fucking based. Dude, there are people, when they fucking want to protest or go on strike or start a revolution, they fucking do it. Like, I mean, they fucking go ham, dude. I mean, dude, the French are pretty based, honestly. Like, I mean, I know Paul from Ideology, like, I know he was reading this, like, book about the French Revolutions. I want to know what it is again. I want to try to find out what it is. And see if I can catch him when he's doing one of his streams, just so I can fucking, you know, find out what that book is, just so I can get it myself. Because I would really love to delve into, you know, more in depth about what the French Revolutions, you know, were about and shit like that. On top of just, you know, some different, more, you know, details and nuance of, you know, that specific time of history. Makes that France is not alone in the world. Let's be real. Well, of course. I mean, you know, it's just like, when it comes to, like, the policy and politics, like, honestly, every fucking country is pretty bad about this. At that point, it's just like, what level of bad are they? And some are worse than others. And I think France is not necessarily, you know, up there on the list of, you know, being pretty bad. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I feel like they've gotten, you know, more shit figured out than America does, you know? I mean, and I think in a lot of ways they obviously don't, like with weed legalization. Like, I mean, Canada's leagues ahead of them and us because they're federally legal across the board. But, you know, like, we're also still ahead of them because state by state, you know, things are getting decriminalized and legalized as well. You know, France just doesn't got that shit. They still got that shit criminalized over there, so. Boo! Sacre bleu! Et ça, c'est la révolution for the green herb! I want my baguette edibles! Oh my god, oh dude, imagine baguettes, but edibles. Dude, best baguettes ever, dude. Dude, those would be like, those baguettes would fucking sell, son. I'm not gonna lie, those baguettes would sell, son. Baguettes with some THC in there and shit, some CBD and, you know, and all that. Dude, CBN baguettes, you know, like have a nice fat baguette sandwich, you know, have a sandwich with, you know, some baguette bread with some CBNs in there and that edible, you know, edible baguette bread. You know, smack a fat sandwich, have a nice good fat, you know, nice slumber sleep. Oh, dude. France, missed opportunity. Come on, legalize weed. You can put fucking weed, you know, in your baguettes and make it edibles. And dude, you can make, oh my god, dude. France, you're missing out. And also the croissant. I didn't even think about the croissant. The delicious croissant. We must think of the croissant. The edible croissant. A THC-less croissant to be the most delicious of we. Hey, where did Sukov go? Oh, he's over there. He was just here a second ago, and then he disappeared over there. Like, they're amazing. Oh, dude, Netherlands is pretty awesome, dude. They have a red light district in Amsterdam, bro. Oh my god, I want to go to Amsterdam so bad. I think, Iceland Air, specifically, they have a package that you can do, where you can visit Iceland for like 3 days, and then visit another European city for like 3 days or some shit like that. And then take a flyover, pit stop back in Iceland, and then go back home from there. And honestly, there's a few places I want to do that with. I want to do that with Oslo, Berlin, Paris, and Amsterdam especially. Oh my fucking god, spent a couple days in Amsterdam, holy shit. Dude, go to Copenhagen, because then I'd go into like that autonomous Christiana zone. Like, because that's like an autonomous region and shit like that. Dude, bruh. Holy fuck, dude, Copenhagen and Amsterdam, bro. Just so I can go to Christiana and then go to Amsterdam just because it's Amsterdam. So, dude, oh man. Oh, I'd have a fucking time. If I were to pick a good European one. At least when it comes to sport, yeah. I'd probably honestly, like, when it comes to just, like, living in long term or, like, you know, supporting in that way, it'd probably be Iceland. I mean, for any country, honestly, it'd probably be Uruguay because pretty much like the main requirement is, I think, it was either $1,200 or $1,300 USD in median income yearly, and at least a basic education. That's pretty much about it. Because most, at least most of the youth, especially, speak English now at this point, so learning Spanish isn't necessarily the biggest concern unless you're talking to more of the older demographics and shit. And also, weed is legal there as well. I mean, not the same as like this would be technically, but nonetheless, you could bring it over. So, and also there's like, there's a few other aspects about Uruguay that are actually legitimately policy-wise pretty good. What country? Uruguay? Or, I mean, the more English/Americanized way that people say is Uruguay. But it's actually pronounced Uruguay. But that country is basically CBD only. Well, yeah, I'm not, like I said, it's not the same as this. I did mention a caveat. I mean, hopefully, maybe in the future they can get some expansion, but at the, fundamentally though, like, I mean, when it comes to marijuana, they're not gonna, like, be major enforcers about it, I would think. I'm sure you could find a home grower that, you can, get where they have more than 5% THC and shit. You have to be a citizen. Well, being a citizen there, I mean, well, the thing is, becoming a citizen of Uruguay, I mean, either way, I mean, honestly, being a citizen there isn't necessarily hard to become. Like, to immigrate and become a citizen there, the requirements for Uruguay specifically isn't that difficult. In comparison to other countries, especially. Like, I mean, if we're, like, especially, like, with Uruguay to, like, let's say New Zealand. Like, New Zealand's fucking, citizenship policies are fucking insane. Like, it's restrictive as fuck. Like, even, like, they will go as far as to be like, hey, have you said bad and offensive things on social media? Yes? Well, you can't be a citizen, so fuck you. Get out of here. You're not a true Kiwi. It's like, oh god. It's like, whoa, okay. Like, I mean, they're hella fucking strict. So it's like, if we compare, like, New Zealand to Uruguay, Uruguay is practically it's ostensibly open border, pretty much. I mean, so it's just like, I mean, they're not literally, but, I mean, in comparison, though, they're all, pretty much would seem like it. But, and also they've had legalized gay marriage for a while, and, and so they're pretty pro-LGBTQ over there, and, there's a few different things about it. You have to have some sort of useful skill for it, use some program, some country the government's taken from. Yeah. Which, I mean, obviously that's understandable, but, like, I mean, it's not necessarily just that, but you have to also be, like, really, like, very, civil, basically. It's like, oh, okay. That rules that out. Or have just a lot of fuck you money. Be a rich billionaire, have, like, a fucking underground bunker that they can establish when the climate collapses. Germany's supposed to legalize it. Oh, dude, honestly, if it was, like, Germany also has some restrictive citizenship policies, but, oh, man, I would love to live in Germany. Now that they got legalized weed going on over there very soon. Oh, let me have some of this bratwurst and let me get very stoned really quick so I can just have, like, 10 of them instead. Oh, yeah. Oh, the sauerkraut and OG is so dark. So dark, oh, dark. Oh, yeah. Oh. Okay, I just thought of a horrible fucking joke. / fucking strain name. Oh man, I'm not gonna say it. It's too bad. Oh no, it's fucked. Oh god, I just realized how bad it was. Ah, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. No. I mean, a part of me wants to, but a part of me doesn't. You can have dual citizenship. I know I can have dual citizenship. The thing is, though, there's no real reason, aside from getting the fuck out of the U.S., you know, for me to go to Germany. I mean, I suppose I could, you know, maybe, like, be like, hey, I'm, like, you know, a union organizer, so I can, you know, like, work in one of the unions or some shit that are in fucking, you know, in Germany or some shit, because I know Germany's also got, you know, a lot of pro-union, you know, shit going on there too, so. I don't know what percentage, but I think they're about, I think for Germany it's like, I think at least over 70% of their workforce is like union or some shit. I know with Iceland it's at least over 90%. Carl, you fucking mentioned the goddamn joke I was fucking thinking about. Oh my god. You read my mind. No! You knew what I was thinking about! Oh, well, now I feel like I have to say it. It's like, oh yeah! Das Lager die OG is so danke! Like, fuck you, Carl! And his liquid courage, too! Okay. Even for YouTube, I think that was also skirting the lines. I'm just, alright. I'm not crossing the line further than that. That's like the farthest I'll ever cross. Even for YouTube standards. Oh man, that's an edgy meme right there. That's a spicy meatball. That's a spicy fucking bratwurst. Oh yeah, spicy bratwurst. Oh my, fuck! I can't stop. Oh man, what the fuck? Oh, what is wrong with me? Oh Jesus Christ! I want to move to Canada. I have an ability. I am not too far away. I mean, I'm not either. I could take a fucking train to Vancouver. No, I'm serious. Like, I could, there's the Pacific Union Station in Portland, and I could just take that to fucking Vancouver. Like, dead ass, I could straight fucking, you know, get there within a train ride. In fact, that's how I want to go to Vancouver. I want to take a train. Like, honestly, I want to do like a 3 to 4 day weekend in Vancouver, BC. Like, the first, you know, like spend like 1 or 2 nights in Vancouver. Like, take the train there the first day, you know, to get checked in, settle in, and then, like, the next day, spend all day just exploring Vancouver, checking out the sights, maybe, you know, looking at a museum or two, looking at some different fucking, you know, shops, looking at some of the different fucking restaurants and shit like that. And then, you know, if I'm thinking a 4 day weekend, have 2 days doing that shit. And then the last day, fucking take the train back home. I mean, that sounds like a fucking trip. That sounds like a fucking day. And that sounds like a little vacation, you know what I mean? And hypothetically, I could do it. I can schedule my work, you know, like where it's like, hey, I want to have these days off where I don't necessarily have to take vacation time, but it's just my weekends are scheduled to where I can do something like that. I mean, hell, like, I mean, if it wasn't for being called in today, like, I could have hypothetically done it this weekend. I mean, it's just more about, like, having the fucking, you know, money for that. So, you know, honestly thinking about it, like, I could probably work in, like, a little 3 day weekend and either just me or take a friend with me or some shit and find a little hotel near the fucking train station or some shit and just explore Vancouver. I have a passport, so I can easily do it. I already got it stamped with, Icelandic stamps. Actually, where is my passport? Because those little Iceland stamps are pretty cool. I want that thing fucking filled, and honestly, it's probably going to be filled with a lot of not just Vancouver, but a lot of Canadian stamps. That's probably going to be the most that passport's going to be stamped with is Canada. Now that I think about it. We need to have 5 years visa to apply for citizenship. I mean, Canada, yeah, Canada's pretty restrictive too. I don't necessarily see myself being able to necessarily be a citizen. I mean, maybe, but I would have to advance into some shit that isn't necessarily just like this. Like, I mean, Canada's not gonna be like, oh, what's your, what trade are you in? Oh, streaming and, culinary work? Yeah. Like, I mean, they're just gonna be like, meh, we have those here. We could train those here. Meh, get out of here, eh? Get out of here, buddy. Get out of here, guy. It's like, oh. Okay, fuck you then. I mean, that's kind of the really hard problem about citizenship in different countries, is that they actually require, like, degree-style skills. Like, where they're like, hey, we want, like, electricians, we want machinists, we want IT, people, we want engineers, we want people like this, That's kind of the fucked thing about a lot of these different countries and their, status when it comes to citizenship, is that they really hinge on shit like that. I mean, I understand it, but at the same time, it's like, that shouldn't be the fucking end-all be-all, or marriage. That, I feel like, is okay, though, because Iceland, like, the citizenship status is actually pretty easy, because one of the ways that you can easily get citizenship is that if somebody in Iceland, whether you're married or not, but if you're a partner of somebody who's an Icelandic citizen, who's already living there, and you want to move in with them and become a citizen of Iceland, that's actually one way to pretty much, like, snack, crackle, pop, become a citizen of Iceland. Because I remember specifically when I was at the Saga Museum in Reykjavik, which is near the main port of Iceland, in Reykjavik as well. It's near the major ports over there. One thing that one of the hosts, or one of the people that was at the desks and shit, was she actually was born and raised in Iowa. And she lived there most of her life, and then she met an Icelandic guy online, and eventually moved over to Iceland. And when I was there, she was there for about 7 years already. And she actually fucking was able to get citizenship, essentially just because she was a partner with an Icelandic citizen, and they married once they met each other, and because of that, it was like, boom, like that, she was a citizen. I mean, because honestly, when it's, at least for Iceland specifically, they kind of want that. They encourage, like, hey, if you like, our people over here and you want to be a partner / marry one of them, well, hey, citizenship is going to be easy for you. Like, I mean, they kind of want that a little bit, at least for Iceland, because they have such a small population, so the genetic diversity is very limited, so it's just like, they kind of need other people to come in to help diversify the gene pool a little bit. So they like that. They actually want that to kind of be the case. which overall is good. And honestly, like, other countries like Japan should probably adopt those type of policies and shit, because there's other countries that kind of have maybe not similar reasons, but have issues to where it's like, hey, maybe, like, people coming to your country and just marrying, or being a partner with, a citizen of yours and moving in with them and, like, living with them and being basically a citizen ostensibly in that way. Like, maybe just making them a citizen because of that type of shit is probably, a good idea. I mean, I'm honestly, if that's okay, like, to me. Like, if one of the requirements is like, hey, you're seeking a marriage or a relationship with one of our citizens and want to live with them and move in with them, it's like, okay, I think, to me, that's, that's fine and dandy. Like, I mean, I think that should be an okay, easy way to, have a citizenship and shit, because it's like, alright, there's a few things. One, diversification of the gene pool, because then there's going to be another generation of people that we can, have for, society, for work, and for, like, different needs and shit, like, whatever, whatever the fuck, it's like another person that, we can, help have, contribute, for our society and shit, in whatever fucking way they do, on top of that person, too, who's going to come into that country, so it's just like, I mean, honestly, if you think about fucking America, too, like, the first type of fucking immigration policies was just, one, racist as fuck, but two, it was just like, it was basically I mean, really because of that, it was the exclusion of, first with the Page Act of Chinese women, and then with Chinese men with the Chinese Exclusion Act. I mean, for a while, like, America was essentially just full-on, like, a, quote, open border country for quite a while, up until, like, the late 1800s. I think it was, like, the early 1870s when the Page Act got enacted, like, 1873, I think? Or 1872, one of those years. I mean, so it's just, like, I mean, like, even this fucking country, for quite a while, there was open borders, where being a citizen was essentially as simple as signing a few papers and shit, and that's it. It's just like, I mean, this country didn't crumble. In fact, it prospered and grew because of that shit. And in a lot of ways flourished, like, especially during that 1870s and 1880s, like, the labor movement flourished, and funny enough, because of these type of restrictive policies and shit. Because a lot of, workers who happen to be Chinese, especially with the Page and the Chinese Exclusion Acts, like, I mean, especially Asian Americans, especially on the West Coast, I mean, they got heavily fucking disparaged and discriminated because of that type of shit. I mean, they already were, because there was a lot of fucking racist propaganda amongst Asians, blacks, Latinos at that time as well. I mean, but a lot of fucking labor unions and labor movements at that time, regionally and otherwise, were like, hey, you're still part of, the fucking crew and shit when it comes to this. I mean, your labor's as valuable as anyone. You're Americans just as much as anybody because you're earning your fucking keep just as much as we are. Come into the fucking fold. I mean, and then, yeah, it's just like, I mean, there was a massive fucking fight against this type of shit, and it's just been so ever since. I mean, and because of that type of shit, and even more so, and even prior to that too, I mean, it's just like immigrants have always been, like, demonized and shit. It's just like, for fuck's sake, it's just so dumb. Ancient Atlanteans, Iceland, oh my god. I mean, honestly, like, to me, honestly, it should really, to me, it shows how much of this whole, like, you're not allowed here because fuck you, or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's like, or even the quote-unquote stolen land argument, like, I mean, to some extent, I think it is kind of bullshit. I mean, at least today. But, like, I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that the wrongs of the past are, like, nullified or whatever. Like, they're still wrongs of the past. Like, I mean, the Native American genocides and just full-on, like, just utterly just jacking their shit, like, is, still fucked up. That doesn't negate that type of shit, for example. But today, at this point, like, we're so fucking, like, globalized and so, like, connected in various different ways and shit. It's just like, I mean, like, at a certain point, it's like, does it really, like, fucking matter that much? Like, where it's like, oh, like, we have, it's like, you have to leave here, even though you were literally born and raised here. Like, because for me, for example, I'm born and raised in Oregon. Like, and also, like, so, for, I mean, all intents and purposes, I'm on land that would be considered a part of the Chinook tribe. Like, their land. I mean, and it's just like, I mean, should I fucking just, where would I go, honestly? That's kind of the thing. I mean, at a certain point, it becomes a little, like, irrational. Like, where the fuck would I go? Like, I mean, I'm quarter Irish. I'm, like, 15-something% Norwegian. And the rest of it's, like, Northwest European, Anglo-Saxon mixture of fucking Northern European muttness. Like, fundamentally, where am I gonna go? Like, Ireland, Norway, fucking Britain? Like, where the fuck? I mean, like, I'd probably be okay with Ireland or Norway. Like, I mean, sure. Like, alright. I mean, fine. Alright. Like, if you want me to move over there, sure. Ireland don't sound bad. It sounds kind of peaceful, actually. So whatever. I mean, like, the whole idea of me, the whole dream idea of wanting to have, like, a little ranch and a plot of land, a couple horses, and, like, a little bit, a couple crops and shit, Bandon and Zukov, to just kind of frolic and roam around about and shit. Zukov, what are you doing over there? I mean, that type of shit. I mean, I can have that anywhere. That doesn't have to be in America. That could be in, like, Uruguay, Iceland, Norway, Ireland. I mean, that type of idea can be anywhere. I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be in, like, Oregon or the United States or North America necessarily. But, you know, wherever I can, I want to try to potentially have that type of goal. You know, so it's just like, you know, like, honestly, dirt is fucking dirt, and this planet is only so fucking big, and it's just like, at the end of the day, I mean, what plot of dirt makes it so much special than the other plot of dirt? Like, what makes your dirt so special in comparison to that dirt? Or, you know, that dirt that's across the pond, or whatever the fuck. I mean, it's just like, you know, at a certain point, it just gets a little ridiculous. I mean, that doesn't mean, you know, undermine or negate or disregard, you know, the historical aspects and, you know, circumstances that, you know, kind of lead up to this type of shit, but that doesn't mean we can't look forward and try to make a better world with this type of shit. And honestly, a part of that for me is just like, you know, having the ability of being like, hey, you know, like, like when it comes to, you know, travel and shit, you know, you aren't necessarily restricted. You can have the ability to live as you please, and you're still treated as a fucking human being, and you're not disparaged or fucking discriminated against because of your fucking creed or race or background or whatever the fuck. Like, this type of shit. Like, at this point, all we can do from the present and future moving forward is just try to make it better. But just saying, like, oh, you gotta move back to this place, or blah, 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 or whatever. It's like, that doesn't get anywhere. I mean, if anything, it just regresses back to the same fucking bullshit. It's like, why regress? Like, what the fuck? Aren't we supposed to be trying to progress here? I mean, it's like, I can't help I was born on this plot of dirt that is known as the Pacific Northwest. I mean, I love it here. It's a fucking beautiful place, and unfortunately, especially because of climate change, like, I have to cherish as much of it as fucking possible because it might not fucking last. That's the sad part about it. I mean, honestly, it's not because I was just, you know, because it was like raided or colonized or whatever. I mean, sure, it might be part of it, but like, I had nothing to do with it. My parents moved here in the fucking 90s. Like, well after Portland was established. I mean, it's just like, how can I fucking help this shit, you know? Sick off. I want to give a little ride. Hey, buddy, baby. Whoop. Yeah. Boop, boop. Now you gotta fight for this one. Come, yeah. Huh? Really? Huh? You're a little... Wow, you're pathetic. Come on, bro. Huh? You're a little bitch! Are you serious? What, you think I'm just gonna, like, what, I'm victorious because I just, like, plop? By the way, this literally does not taste like anything. This literally doesn't taste anything. It has no taste. Huh? Huh? Fight! Like, actually, like, tug of war with me, you little... Oh my god, wow, you're a wimp! Come on! What the hell? Huh? Oh my god! You little bitch! You cheater! Oh my god, we just saw that, right? We just saw that. You just bitch slapped that out of my... Oh my god, yeah, oh my god, okay, you know what? Just because of that, that was good. I shouldn't do it to you, but oh my god. Oh my god, you just bitch slapped that out of my mouth. He's like, fuck you, I want that. I was hoping he would like tug of war with me a little bit with that, but no, he didn't. He's just like, no, I want it. Oh my god, I love you, bro. He's so cute. silly ass little fucking dog, dude. You're so silly. I just love, oh my god, I just love that. You just like, just boom, this bitch slaps that out of my mouth. And honestly, I'm surprised. I thought those little rawhide bone things would actually have like a taste to it, but they literally don't at all. So it makes me wonder, like, what flavor did they get out of it? I honestly thought it would taste like something. But they really don't. Makes me wonder about these other dog treats. Like, do they have flavor in them? Like, if I were to taste it, would there be flavor? Canadian dollars, $100 for visitors, $150 student visa, $155 for work visa, $75 for extension length visa in the U.S. Society, $100 for students, $125 work, $60 extension. So, pretty much, like, due to value of the dollar and shit, it's going to be more expensive in Canada, which it usually is. Like, usually if I'm, like, looking at books and shit like that, like this one, like, I got this Art of War. I'm pretty sure it's going to have it in here somewhere. Or maybe I ripped it off. Because they're usually, like, little stickers. Yeah, I did. Okay, never mind. But some stickers... Oh, maybe this one does. Oh, yeah, this one does. Yeah, this one says $10, but in Canadian says 13. So, you know, in Canada, it's adjusted a little bit. For the Canadian dollar. Canadian funny monies. Canadian funny monies, guy. On a tube here for a bit. Well, you know what? I'm kind of putting in the description I was going to check out a second thought video. I haven't even done that at all. And let me see if I can find one. Because I think he just recently uploaded a video. Holy shit. Alright, okay, I guess I'll look at this first. What's this? Man lifts sleeping ex-girlfriend's eyelids to unlock cell phone. Oh my god! Ah, that's so creepy. Okay, and steals $24,000. Ah! That's so fucking ah! No! Whoa! Why? What the fuck? Jesus, that's like some fucking, like, some revenge shit if I've ever heard it. I want to read some. A 20-year-old... Oh, wait, this happened in China? A 20-year-old man in China has been convicted of stealing $24,000 by lifting his sleeping ex-girlfriend's eyelids to outsmart her cell phone's facial recognition system. Holy fuck. He was sentenced to 3.5 years in prison and fined the equivalent of $3,100 for stealing his ex-mobile payment account. Dude, just, oh my god, just find him at least the equivalent of what he stole. Earlier this month, signing court documents in Chinese state-run newspaper, the Nanning Evening News. Oh my god, there's the advertisement I got, and here's what it says. Should the U.S. deport illegal immigrants? Yes or no? News ready. That's an ad I literally have. Hold on, let me... Actually, I might have to fucking, add a screen. Yeah, I deleted them earlier, because screens on YouTube are actually even more fuckety. Trying to share a screen on YouTube is even more fuckety than Twitch. Somehow. Wait, hold on. Let me, I'm not even... Hold on. You know, we'll do this. Let's see. At first, I gotta kind of fuck with him a little bit. Oops. Alright, hold on. We'll do about the side. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Are they up? Yep, they are. Okay, I can see them. Okay. So. I'm not even kidding. This is what I have. Like, what the fuck? Should the U.S. deport illegal immigrants? Tell you what, boy. Like, fuck. Like, after the tirade I just went on earlier about, like, open borders and fucking, like, free traversal of the world because, like, we're on a finite ball of rock. Like, and this is what I get? Like, fuck you. Sorry. I know, bro! Like, it's just, what the fuck? And yes, I have to do this because there's no bubble like Twitch does. So, this is literally what we gotta deal with now. But, you know, you get kind of a weird endless loop of me kind of like over here in the background if the chat is not up here. But, you know, whatever. We have to make do. Let's read some of this. The man identified only by surname, Kwong, went to his sick woman's apartment. Wait, so she was sick? A year ago, gave her food as well as medicine to keep her sleepy. After she fell asleep. Oh my god, so wait. So they were so they were still like friends. So they're like, okay, so we're still kind of friends. So we're gonna like, you know, hang out still a little bit, you know, shit like that. You know, so okay. I mean, that type of shit, you know, happens. That's okay, understandable. But obviously, this is some malintent. Alipay app. Use for facial recognition before. Oh my god. Changing the password to transfer the money. Oh my god. What the fuck, man? What the fuck? Bruh. Well, facial recognition goes a little too far. Not gonna lie. Can't take his ass. Dude, I mean, dude, think about, like, literally 100 years ago. The Great War. The Spanish flu. Like, all this other shit going on. Like, you had, like, the fucking, like, Jim Crow laws in the U.S. Like, there was, like, the labor movement that was going on. Like, there was all sorts of fucking crazy shit going on at that time. I mean, you know, like, honestly, if you think about it, just, like, even 100 years ago, there's some crazy fucking shit. The Great Depression, you know, like, a few decades later, in the 20s. Well, 30s, specifically. But, like, I mean, like... I wouldn't necessarily say, like, the crazy fucking shit we're going through isn't necessarily unique. I think just because of the information age and because of social media and shit like this, you know, like, you know, we got here, I think because of this type of shit, it makes it a lot more exacerbated in a sense because we have so much access to this type of shit. Which in a way is not a bad thing, but... like, these media companies and these media platforms obviously do so with malintent, so, I mean, they're not doing these type of things with the gesture of their good hearts. But, the ability of the fact that there's, like, you know, more information and more facts out there that are actually able to be kind of, you know, shift through and shit, that, I mean, that in itself is also good, but at the same time, it's like... there's just so much bullshit in between that as well, where it's just like, ugh, you have to really shift through some shit. Seems scary to be born this time and be an adult this time. He's actually a little older than that. Actually, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of forgot a little bit what his age was. But definitely older than us. I think he technically could probably be my dad, you know, depending on what his age is. I know at the beginning of the stream I was talking about earlier, but I did, late 40s. Late 40s. Okay, hypothetically, you couldn't probably be my dad. Oh, hold on. 24 now. Okay, so late 40s. Let's say 34. Well, okay, yeah, no, hypothetically. Hypothetically, still, the hypothetically potentiality with the age there. Late 40s, 24 me right now. I'm literally twice their age. Well, there you go. So if you had a kid at 24 and I'm 25, boom. Hypothetically, you know, you could be my daddy. You've been my daddy, boy. No, I ain't gonna be like that about it, though. Respect the elders, boy. Tell you what. Hold on now. Don't want to be racist about it. Oh, man. I'm just thinking about that dude earlier. It's like how... I really honestly don't even know how, like... I mean, honestly, like, I can get, like, the context to it, but it's, like, just it in itself, like, I mean... At this point, usually this day and age, it's not really known for that anymore. Malloy needs to come back, so I'm not the youngest. I know, like... I have a really, like, I have a really sad and unfortunate feeling about what happened with him, but, like, man... I still have a little bit of optimism with that one. He used to have, like, some videos, but he privated all of them, so it's just like... Because then I just, like, comment on some different videos and be like, hey, you still sticking around? Still out there and kicking and shit, but, I mean, shit. Other things, yeah. I mean, if anything, knowing the fact that, like, I mean, hell, just going to, like, the union office and shit earlier today and shit. I mean, with that, knowing that there was, like, a lot of different people I've seen with these different Fred Meyers I was driving by and shit, and how a lot of them were fucking, you know, striking shit. I mean, there's definitely a lot of, you know, aspects of, you know, optimism to be had about them, about different things. So... I mean, it's not like, you know, the world's all utter fucking, like, you know, destitute. I mean, there's definitely some shit about, you know, some stuff to be, you know, going to be like, yeah, there's some shit going on. It's actually okay. Oh, shit. Clog, damn you. The older you get, the less it bothers you. Less shit bothers you. I mean, honestly, like, I'm only, like, 24 now, and honestly, like, at this point, I'm starting to feel that way. I mean, there's definitely shit that bothers me in the sense that, like, yeah, I wish things weren't like this, but, like, I mean, it doesn't, like, bother me on, like, some fundamental way at this point. Like, because, honestly, there's only so much I can do, and... You know, I'm only capable of doing what I'm able to do, obviously, as just one individual. And a part of it's doing shit like this. You know, so it's just like, well, I just go out there and fucking, you know, just do what I can. I mean, but that's all that one person can do. You know, so it's just like, at the end of the day, you just kind of got to go out and fucking, you know, just do what you can as just one individual and just know that you're doing what you can. I mean, you know, because the world is, well, huge, you know, despite being one little finite rock, you know, flying around in the cosmic universe that is the space and time, you know, that we live in and shit. But nonetheless, you know, like, hey, you know, there's definitely, you know, aspects that, you know, we could change, at least, you know, locally or in our own little spots, or even if our own friends or in our own little groups and shit. Or even just spreading, you know, different little things out online and shit. Like, TJ was doing a stream earlier on his stream channel, TJ Does Live. And I sent a little super chat to him about the strikes that were going on at the you know, UFC strikes that were going on at Fred Meyer's and shit. And sent him a little super chat to him about that. And it's just like, you know, a little message like that and shit, you know, honestly does kind of go a long way because, like, you know, him being somewhat more of a notable figure, one, knows more about that just in general. And two, you know, other people that watch him and listen to him and shit get to know a little bit about that and be like, oh, well, that's happening. I mean, you know, it's just one element of solidarity. It's one small fucking thing, but at the end of the day, you know, you've done something. And it's just, you know, and that's the thing. Like, it doesn't have to be some big bombastic, grandiose thing. I mean, you know, it can even be small shit when it comes to direct action and shit. Or just doing something. I mean, you know, one part of it is at least just trying to get the word spread. You know, I mean, that's just one step to it, at least. Saw a couple people stand out in front of Freddy's on TV today picketing. Nice. Yeah, like I was saying on stream earlier, but yeah, I'll say it again now. But when I was going up to the Union Hall or the Union office specifically to kind of sort some shit out for my stuff, which I couldn't really get as much as I wanted because my union rep is actually out on the picket lines with some of these people striking at Freddy's. Which honestly is understandable. You know, part of me kind of figured that might have been the case. But nonetheless, she at least has more specific things that are at her desk and shit that she, you know, could look at now. You know, so at least with that, you know, there's, you know, some progress with that part of things, you know, at least for me directly. But, you know, with, like, Freddy's and shit, you know, there's like at least three of them that I drove past by, and a lot of them were, you know, like, they were all out there. Every one of them. I noticed with, like, and I was talking to Rip City earlier, like, I noticed that the strikers at each store I was looking at, like, at each store that we passed, they all had a different strategy of how they were striking. The first one that we passed, pretty much the majority of them were out by the sidewalks, pretty much, like, right in front of the lot, trying to gain public support, like, you know, people honking, you know, people rolling down their windows being like, yeah, you know, shit like that, you know, all that type of shit. You know, so you got, like, people, you know, doing that type of stuff, you know, being, you know, kind of getting their, you know, some form of solidarity with the public support like that. And you had a few people more near the entrance and shit like that. And then the second store, there was different people who were more scattered near the entrances, more in, like, clusters of, like, 4 to 5, give or take. So they weren't, like, bigger groups, you know, near the entrances where they were kind of getting solidarity with the public. But, you know, in a way they kind of were, because there's at least a few people by the street. But, you know, at the same time, there was also a few people kind of near the entrances where, like, a lot of the shipments would come in. So they, you know, so the second store that we saw, they kind of had some knowledge of, like, hey, maybe we should make sure that we have some people by the places where shipments come in so we can stop them before they actually come in. Which is like, hey, you know, so, yeah, the second store I saw had, you know, a little other strategy going on. And the third one, most of them were actually by the entrances of the stores and shit. So, like, the actual, like, entrances specifically, and then, you know, like, the shipment entrances and shit like that. So, you know, they had different specific, you know, little strategies going on with each little store, which I thought was pretty cool. Because it should kind of showed, honestly, like how the different, you know, kind of like little heads of these strikers and shit, you know, thought about, you know, doing it. And some of them were like, hey, let's garner some public support. Some of them are like, let's make sure that shipments don't get passed through, so let's have a few people near where the shipments come in. And some people are like, let's just hang by the parking lot and just, you know, block the entrances and shit like that. You know, so some of them have had different, you know, tactics of doing it, but all of them work. What are you talking about? The different strikes that the UFCW Local 555 has been doing. That's started as of today. Chill down, stop. Oh my god, make me bitch. Like, if you're asking what I'm talking about, just simply, like, just wait for me to stop, and then I'll, like, answer your shit, instead of, like, oh my god, settle down, stop it! It's like, oh my god. Stream don't evolve around you, bull. Like, I'm also, like, chill as fuck. Wish I could pick a few. Well, it's not my store that's doing it. Like, I'm with Safeway. It's not fucking Fred Meyer's or QFC's, which are with Kroger. I mean, it's my union that's doing it, but not my store chain. But nonetheless, I'm still gonna fucking spread support and, you know, spread the message of it, obviously. And I know one of my days off is one of the days that they're going to be striking as well, because it's only going to be lasting until midnight of the 24th. So, I mean, which kind of sucks, but I mean, for the specific strike they're doing, it's, you know, it's a part of how they're doing it. It's a ELP, which is an unfair labor practice strike, so they only last only a certain amount of time anyway. And for how they said it, it's only for a week anyway, so kind of sucks, but, you know, it's kind of how they're set. Wish it went on a little longer, and also wish it was just across the board, but, well, here we are. We're going to store it. Yeah? Is there a problem with that? How much meth have I gone through tonight? Oh my fucking god. Well, I like how the trolls on YouTube aren't that much different from Twitch. When they do pop in. You're an adult. Yeah, there's people who are like literally over twice my age that work at a fucking grocery store and shit. Again, is there a problem with that? Oh boy. College or trade school. Oh my god. Bitch, like you know my fucking life. Learn to school. Hey, guess what? Guess what, little bitch? Who's gonna fucking, you know, get you groceries at the end of the day? Who's actually make sure that the community kind of gets fed of, like, you know, fucking, like, hot food and stuff like that. Like, grocery career. Well, guess what? Grocery stores don't necessarily just have that as a part of their fucking, you know, job descriptions and shit. There's also fucking departments too, like, you know, bakeries or delis or meat departments or other departments that require weird, curious enough, skills to be in. Like, you have the more unskilled shit like courtesy/checkers, but then you have more skilled labor and shit where you have fucking, you know, deli, bakeries, meat counters, you know, shit like that, where you actually have to work with, you know, food and, you know, actually have to know knowledge about sanitation and know knowledge about, like, you know, basic, you know, like, food laws and shit, and actually have to have a food handler's permit. Like, all these different fucking things. Like, which kind of require, a skill in order to do. Produce, aren't you? Nope. Nope. That's still a skill too. Like, produce still has to fucking, you know, like, you know, package, you know, certain items and shit, and also on top of that, just, you know, specifically, you know, like, washing and sanitizing different food and shit before they put it out. They can't just, you know, get it out of the bag and just drop it out there. One school needs high school diploma. For, like, maybe courtesy slash fucking, you know, checking and shit, but when it comes to things like deli and bakery or meat departments or, like, the specific food departments and shit, you need a food handler's permit, specifically. Unskilled labor. There's no such thing as unskilled labor, bitch. Like, it's like, I mean, that's, like, the one fucking premise of trying to slide by through this entire fucking argument. The idea that, like, there's unskilled labor. Like, see, like, curious enough, like, even, you know, when it comes to warehousing and shit, there's, you know, certain specific skills and qualifications that go into that, too. Because you also need to know how to work things like forklifts and shit like that. And even with things like, you know, with courtesy clerks and shit like that, you still have to stock and, you know, do warehousing, too, on top of that. Because courtesies and shit are usually general catch-all type of work. Where they get barely the fucking pay. Where they should be getting a lot more for what they fucking do. What's my local? United Food and Commercial Workers Union, part of the American Federation of Labor slash the Congress of Industrial Organizations slash AFL-CIO. It's actually the third largest union too, nationally, and it's a local 555. Member for 6 years. You don't have workman's license? Because I don't need one. I don't work in that specific type of job. I mean, if I did, then I would obviously need to get one. Which, honestly, I probably wouldn't have any problem getting one. Whose garage are you in? Mine? Why? Because why not? I mean, honestly. Is that old man? The old man. That's who. The old man's the old man. How about them apples, bitch? You own another place? Not really. More like me, because I'm actually the actual breadwinner of shit. I'm never any reason why this place is still kind of floating around. Get him on here. Chat wants to say hello to you.
Who?
The chat? They're like, who the fuck is that? And I'm like, old man, what do you want? Then they're like, oh my god, you owe, and they're all fucking freaking out now. I have a few chuds, and they're all freaking out because they want to paint me as, like, some sort of weird, like, leech, lazy, unskilled, do-nothing or some shit, which is pretty hilarious. Because I'm kind of contrary. But keeps his cigarettes in the fridge. Yeah, why not? Because guess what? It keeps them more fresher and crisper, apparently, from what he says. From what I understand. Stream in the house. Because this is a smoking den. I smoke weed, so I'm not going to smoke weed in the house. I'm going to smoke it in the garage. This is like the smoking den. That's a myth. Well, you know what? Then tell him that. I don't give a fuck. I ain't the one that smokes cigarettes. I ain't here trying to smoke no cigarette. I'm sitting down. He's doing his own fucking thing. Fuck you. He ain't the one doing no goddamn stream. I'm the one doing the stream, not him. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. I gotta fucking, like, you know, try to dictate what he can or can't do and shit. He ain't gonna do that for me, so it's like we got a nice little agreement. Weed is way worse than cigarettes. LOL! Oh my god, cope harder, bitch. What? Based on literally nothing. Nothing. Like, smoke those Winstons harder there, bro. Gotta give me a good old pack of Winstons. A drug addict. How? With what? What drugs? Alcohol, which is a normalized substance. Marijuana, which is a normalized substance. Caffeine with tea, which is a normalized substance. It's literally recreationally legal. Can you physically sit down? Are you, like, mentally handicapped? I'm literally sitting down right now. I'm literally sitting down right now. Literally sitting down right now. Shouldn't be. Well, then you're just dumb. Not legal federally. So the fuck what? Fuck the Fed. I can literally smoke weed right in front of a cop right now and they couldn't do a fucking thing. Cope. Sit up straight. I am sitting up straight. UFCW Local 1. Oh shit, nice. Fed told you to get vaxxed. Oh wow, what a gotcha. Oh, got me good. Oh, because the Fed's right on one thing and they're wrong on another thing. Uh-oh. Yeah, because guess what? They're right on saying you should get vaxxed, but they're wrong on saying that weed's illegal and a fucking Schedule 1 drug. Wow. Wow, it's like actually, you know, there's a little bit more complexity than that. Either way, fuck the Fed still, but it's not like the fucking broken clock's right twice a day now, ain't her? It's like, honestly, don't be afraid of a fucking needle, pussy. It's like, get your shot. Like, get over it. Get double vax, get your booster, and quit crying. Because if, oh my god, if I had it my way, oh shit, you would have gotten that quick. Zukov, quit trying to terrorize my dad. Like, to go, oh, look at you. Look at you, baby. Igna, I think you need to get right with our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You need to feel him. You need to feel him inside you. You need to feel his warmth. I mean, honestly, bro. Already said and done. Already said and done. In fact, let's just read something randomly here. In fact, let's see. Oh wow, Proverbs chapter 11, verse 1. The Lord hates cheating and delights in honesty. Proud men end in shame, but the meek become wise. A good man is guided by his honesty, the evil man is destroyed by his dishonesty. Your riches won't help you on judgment day, only righteousness counts then. That first verse, don't agree with it. The rest of it, though, sounds like it's kind of a little based. It's kind of talking about the rich and the elites and the underclass there a little bit. At least back then, you know, a lot of the fucking, you know, like upper crusty fucking, you know, pastors that would, you know, kind of flaunt their riches and all that shit. You know, the same type of people back in the day, but, you know. That's just me skipping to some random point, you know, so I could just, you know, I could cherry pick whatever. Nobody is happy to be a very spiritual man, right, Ignore? Yeah. What does Sigma mean? Like, there's, like, the whole, like, alpha male, then, like, beta male thing. But then, apparently, like, Sigma is apparently even supposed to be higher than alpha or some shit. It's still supposed to mean, like, basically, like, mega alpha. Like, super, mega, ultra, dextra alpha male, basically, or some shit. I don't fucking know. That's kind of a weak burp. Ooh. True alpha will smoke wherever he wants to. Like, I do. I like Kraftwerk now. Hey. I don't know how many other fucking, you know, people need to be let know, honestly, but... Mark, so I also tell you about, like, or were you in here with that fucking mole man dipshit? Because, like, he... I like how he straight up slipped and basically was just like, oi, gonna fucking, you know, like, you know, I controlled your Twitch and shit, blah, 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 and whatever the fuck. I kind of like how he really slipped with that, and I really am so happy that I fucking, you know, was able to do a nice little screen cap of that. Oh, so beautiful. I'm really thinking that that should make the appeal even that much easier, to be fucking frank. Because then it could be like, yeah, there's like this, you know, there's like this guy named Mole Man. And honestly, the last time I think about it, I think his account specifically was named Mole Man 009, the last iteration of it. So, that should make it even more easier, to be honest. How old are you? 24. Mole Man, question mark. The star of 005, lol. Wow. But Mole Man's literally some guy, apparently, I live rent-free in his head, and has been trying to fucking, like, false report me for a little bit now, for the last couple days. He had, like, a mild victory, you know, with my Twitch, which essentially, at this point, was why I'm back here. But, I mean, honestly, you know, it's gonna be multi-platforming eventually anyway, but, like... I mean, especially, you know, now it's like, it kind of put a little dent in that, but nonetheless, I kind of figured there was probably going to be, you know, a little bit of a, you know, repercussion on his part, and it seems like there might be the case, now that I especially got fucking evidence to it. You know, it's not my fault he made a Freudian slip. Sounds like succeeded. Nah. Ruined your Twitch. Supposedly. Maybe. I don't know. I'll have to see how it goes. I haven't gotten a fucking follow-up with it yet. I made the appeal the other night, so... Why would you post this on /poll? Huh? Huh? What? Well, maybe he has multiple accounts so he could chat in here. He did. like they're, you know, when the dad was talking about like, oh, you're a musician and shit, and wanted to hear a little bit of, you know, what I had, you know, in store for that. He came back as a sock account literally named Sam Hyde. And said that Mole Man was better, quote unquote. So it's like, yep, sock account. So yeah, he's been following me for a little bit. I literally live rent free in his fucking head. Found on poll. Wait, like. Wait, like on 4chan or some shit? Or fucking like on like r/poll or like 4chan fucking poll and shit. Like, wait, really? So motherfucker, like, dude, it has to be the same dude. Yeah, what the fuck? No way. No fucking way. I actually want to fucking see this. I honestly do. What the fuck? This is new information to me. So. Wow, okay. Oh, wow. I'm getting famous. Okay. Lol. I mean, it's straight up new information to me. I honestly, I want to see it. This is new to me. r/poll, like what the fuck? Or fucking like just /poll or whatever. Oh my god. Whose garage is this? Mine? Talk more about Sigma energy. The thing about Sigmas is that they don't have to talk about their Sigma energy. They just are. So that would kind of undermine the whole fucking Sigma energy, wouldn't it?
Zukov! Zukov! You crazy boy! What are you doing over there?
What you doing?
You want these? You want the brush?
I know you like to play with this sometimes because you're a weirdo. Come here, you little dork. You're just sitting over there, just like staring. Come on. Aww. Baby. Sweet little baby. Yeah. Who's baby? Oh, you can handle brushing. Dog your roommate? He's my boy. Roommate? What the fuck does that even mean? Roommate. He's just my boy.
He's my boy.
Biden, Trump, neither. Two old ass fucking dawdling fucking dolts who happen to be one a con man and the other one just a goddamn senile piece of shit. Who the fuck is this John Doe being like, I have a question, can you pretend that I'm Jamaican and then say the N-word in Jamaican? It's just like, no, like, fuck you, who the fuck are you, bitch? Like, what the fuck? This dog paying rent? Yeah, the dog is paying rent by getting taxed with fucking brushes and baths. Oh, do you love your belly fucking being brushed? Oh, yes you do. Oh my god, yeah, oh, wow, you love this. Your leg is going nuts.
Oh, look at you, boy. Oh, yes, you love this, don't you?
Oh my god, your leg is going insane over this. Oh. He's so cute. He's such a sweet baby. I want to get your I want to get your other part of your belly. Quit kicking me. Oh. It's like rapid little kung fu kicks. Like holy shit.
Oh, your belly's so soft. Oh my goodness, your belly is so soft. You have a soft belly.
Who's this sweet baby?
Who's a handsome boy, huh?
He's really starting to love these brushes. Your fucking leg. It's going nuts. So cute.
Oh, you sweet handsome boy. You sweet handsome baby.
Mwah. So sweet baby. Mwah. Who's the handsome baby? Who's the handsome baby?
Ugh. Oh, good. Oh, fuck. Ugh.
Quit talking dog is sad. That's literally quite a normal thing to do. Are you having fun here? Oh my god, bro. I'm trying to let you down and you refuse to even be. Oh my god, okay, whatever. Is that your only friend? No. What, is it a bad thing to have a dog as a friend? As your little companion and a little boy? That's a good little man's best friend, yes you is. Oh. Drop some J pills. You mean joints? Huh? Who's this? What's your take on the critical Semite theory? What the fuck is that? Critical Semite theory? Is that another word? Is that another way of just saying the Jewish question? Weed causes race mixing? Wait, what? Huh? Based? Weed causes male power balance, apparently. Well, I got a long way to go then, apparently, because, you know, it's all nice to kind of tuck back there and shit, but nonetheless, kind of got a little full head going on. Oh no! Oh no! Bill Murray hairline. Wow, you said that like it was an insult. Like, oh my god. So cough. I like how it's just like Bill Murray line, like, oh wow, an insult that was compared to Bill Murray. Whatever shall I do? Like, Bill Murray's dope. $20 plus shipping for a Karl Marx sweater. How do you even know this is a Karl Marx sweater when it's just a red sweater that happens to have like yellow saying that says all I want for Christmas with Santa? I mean, look, you got Santa right there, you know what I mean? Why deny the Marx sweater? Are you ashamed? Because I just like to fuck a few. Tell us how Santa's reindeer learned to fly. They smoked a bunch of fucking coke. And then they're just like, oh yeah, let's just fucking go. And then they all just fucking took off and fucking flew. That's how fucking fast they're fucking flying. So cough. Plus this is on poll. Oh wow. Whatever shall I do? Oh no, the horror. What, are you gonna post on poll that I'm also for trans rights or something too? Like, oh god, whatever shall I do? Oh no. Fuck off. Post some instant videos on your channel. Wait, what videos does he got going on his channel? I'm actually kind of curious. What rights should he have? Why do I... Like, who gives a... Like, who said anything about, like, rights or some shit? Xbox Museum... HWC episode? Huh? Hump Crew Wrestling? Hump Crew Wrestling, though. Degree Hump? What the fuck? Took off. Are you wanting outside? Is that it? I don't trust you because you're fucking sinking out. I don't like that. You know what? This is actually a good opportunity for me to actually, like, kind of solve that issue. Where did I put the rope? Oh, you know what? I actually had it up here. Yeah, here it is. I just remembered. Bada bing, bada boom. Oh, hells yeah. This will work perfectly. Can't read. Huh? Come again? Are you projecting there a little bit? Oh. This is last thing. What's the last book I read? Death in a Haymarket by James Green. I'd check it out. You went out, don't you, boy? Gonna do it without rope. I'm gonna tie a fence up so he doesn't sneak out. Like a little dork. So I don't have to worry about him wandering around in the front yard or some shit.
boy. Who's a good buddy?
Is that sound of a generator? No, that's a heater. That's called a heater, so I don't know, you know, things can keep me warm. Because it be cold outside. Antique. What? Oh my god, what is with these bots? Begorn bots. It's somehow they're more annoying than the fucking big follows bots that would fucking, you know, spam Twitch chats. They're somehow more annoying than that. I didn't think it would be possible. But they are. But yeah, because I've literally been fucking taking mental notes of these random comments that would come in saying like Vask or Vok or Vithk or whatever the fuck, you know, and then dot, and then tech. And then, you know, there will be some that'll have like VHO, like, or VOH, and then fucking dot, and then FYI or some shit. Like, I mean, like these fucking like there's these fucking bots that are trying to fucking, like, I don't know, like, chill platform or a fucking some random, like, Russian hack account. I don't know, like, it's a little annoying. Why do you make that noise? Why are you such an insensate little fucking concerned troll bitch? Like, why do you make noise? Why do you do this? Why do you... It's like, grow the fuck up, my god. Like, what's with this, like, fucking beta energy here? Like, Jesus Christ. Pure Sigma energy. Yeah, because kind of scoffing at dorks like you is more Sigma than whatever the fuck you're doing.
Baby, you're such a pretty boy.
Should smoke weed is for blacks? What? Oh my fucking god. Said literally nobody besides one random dork in the chat. Oh my god. Ugh. Like, I mean, there's... Like, I mean, why do you think there's things called Purple Hindu Kush? Because there's also, like, fucking marijuana that's grown and shit at places where, like, more, like, Afghani slash, like, you know, Hindu people and shit fucking, like, you know, grown around. Versus... you know, like, you know, versus, you know, just black people and shit. Like, marijuana grew in other places. Okay, we're good in a job. I already have a job, dumb fuck. I like how you're trying to use the whole, like, wow, man, as, like, some sort of, like, you know, gotcha or some sort of, like, you know, thing or some shit, but, like, oh my god. Like, it's falling flat as fuck. Little baby. What's up, Zukov? One little treat, because you're just being so cute, sweet. Hey, good little buddy. Who's a good boy? Hmm? Who's a good little buddy? Who's a good boy? Towards your girlfriend or boyfriend. I have friends with benefits, and they're probably sleeping. They're probably sleeping, you know, so I don't know. What do I have like some sort of tracker chip, you know, on them at all times or some shit? What the fuck? Someone else. Yeah, hence friends with benefits, because shit like that doesn't necessarily matter. It's friends with benefits, because we're friends with extra benefits. We're not like an... Oh my god, I can't believe that shit like that actually has to be explained. So, what are you doing? What are you doing, silly baby? What are you doing? What the fuck did you just launch into orbit? Like, oh my god. You know, why do we have a career, damn it? I know, right? Like, goddamn. It's like, oh. Which Reddit Carmen do you have? I don't even have I don't even use Reddit. Like, it's like, the account I have, isn't even, literally not even activated. I just do it just to literally follow, like, the Deep Fat Fried subreddit and the Portland subreddit. Like, just literally those two. So I can't keep track of, like, what people in Portland are saying, and then the Deep Fat Fried subreddit, because it's a podcast to listen to. Like, oh, wow. Wow, much Reddit account. Bro, do you even Reddit? So you do use Reddit? Lol. On an account that's not activated, which you can't even use? Like, I can't, it's not activated to a point I can't even, like, you know, make a fucking, like, PFP or anything like that. I just literally have it established just so it's like I can get notifications for 2 subreddits. Like, it's like, you know, because I have the app, it will literally just notify me, you know, because I, you know, go on those subreddits. Not even because I fucking follow them. Like, you have to actually have an activated account to follow the subreddits. But at least with the app, it'll still notify you. That's the right name. I haven't even made it yet. That's the thing. Like, in order to get it activated and all that shit, you actually have to get it all fucking, you know, made up and all that. Like, you know, having an app on your phone will send you notifications, and you can actually browse an app without actually having an account or necessarily using it. You know, aside from maybe, like, following, like, literally just 2 subreddits where you don't even use the account, but just to literally, like, ostensibly just browse. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. I'll make what... I'll make whatever noise I want, bitch. Get over it. Ostensibly. Oh, let me guess. One of your favorite idols on the internet happens to be named the Mole Man, huh? Like, let me live rent-free more in your head, bitch. Mole Man. Oh my god. So sad. Such beta shit. Where you have to have a cult, you know, where you pretty much, you know, abide by the loyalty and the fucking dogma of one person. And you can't even, like, challenge or criticize or, you know, think outside of that fucking paradigm or box. Like, wow. Sad. 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 Are you playing Fat Little Real Bum Boy?
Yeah.
Ooh. Yeah, I got this little rope, huh? Oh, you want to get it, don't you? Yeah, you want this rope, don't you? Huh? You gotta come and get it. Come on. There you go. Ooh. Whoa. Come on. I gotta get a tougher grip than that. Come on. Get a grip. Come on. Oh my god, this is pathetic. Come on, boy. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, boy. Come on. Whoa. There we go. Oh, come on. You let go. Come on. Come on. Come on. You know, it's literally actually a fucking good thing in bonding to actually play with your dog and talk to him and communicate with him. It's actually how a puppy, you know, becomes a better, more trained, more intelligent, well-behaved dog over time. It's as if curious. That's being a responsible dog owner. Yeah, I'll lower the camera a little bit. Get your little baby on cam. Who's a handsome boy? Come on. Talk to a woman. A trans woman or just a cis woman? Because I only talk to trans women. Oh, there's a good boy. Come on. You're pathetic. Wah. Boo. Boo. Careful! Don't drop your food. Don't spill that. In fact, you know what? I'm nervous now. That woman. You're one to talk. Why don't you do that first, bitch? I'm sure there's a bar open in your fucking state. I'm sure you could probably find some woman just kind of chilling. Be like, hey, kind of like the jacket you're wearing there a little bit. Looks pretty nice. Want to buy your drink? Bada bing, bada boom. There you go. So I get that shit started. I mean, give me a break. Be like, hey, I like the highlights and shit you got going on in here. This looks pretty dope. You know, just a simple little fucking compliment like that can go a long way. I'm just telling you. Like, come on. Talk to a woman, oh my god, like, you know, why don't you actually do that? Because unfortunately for someone who's bisexual and knows their way around the block and shit, like, I actually know, you know, how to fucking approach people. And that's the kind of thing. For me, it's people. Like, it doesn't matter if it's a woman or a man or trans or whoever the fuck. Literally, I don't care. It matters more about, like, you know, like, alright, you know, if we got some shit clicking, cool. What are we working with? That's pretty much about as far as it, you know, concerns me. Because then it's like, alright, if we're working with this, then, alright, then I can expect that. Then if we're working with, you know, the other shit, then I can expect to work with that. If we're working a little bit of both, then, alright. You know, it's like, okay, cool, we got that going on. You know, so if anything, you know, it's just like, you know, at that point, it's like, even this exceptionally the best of both worlds, you know, going on with that. So, I mean, you know, I mean, it's like, come on now. Weird check. Oh my god, grow the fuck up. You know you want the dick. You know you want to gobble on a little bit of some of that dick. Like you're just an insecure little bitch that wants to, you know, project your fucking insecurities on other people. Be like, oh my god, homosexuality and bisexuality is still degenerate. The ones who protest the most are the ones who are the most insecure about the sexuality. Because, you know, we all know that Ted Haggard was definitely a heterosexual, right? Like, give me a fucking break. Like, out of everyone in here, you're probably one of the most, you know, that really wants to gobble on dick. And this is a male preferred bisexual talking. And I know a thing about calling some dick. Let me just tell you what. And, yeah, that gaydar is going way over there. You know, way on the, I sense, you know, some dick gobbling tendencies wanting to be unleashed here. Sounds like I've got one off protest a little too much. Are all commies gay? Well, all gays are commies, but not all commies are gays. Let that bake your doodle. Gay or gassy? Well, fair enough. I mean, I guess communists are more likely to try different food. So their digestive system is probably going to be like, wait, what the fuck is this? Hold up, what's this? Like to get a burrito? Never had it before yet. You know, get a little gassy from that. Maybe, you know, try a little bit of pad thai or some shit, and they're like, wait, uh-oh. They're just like, wait, my body don't necessarily, you know, adjust to this quite yet. You get all gassy and shit. Because usually, you know, if your gut bacteria ain't necessarily used to the food that you're eating, chances are probably going to be gassy. And certain foods will just do that anyway. Like some beans. You know, beans will definitely do that to you. You know, so. You know how commies like their beans. I know, man. Good old pork beans, I tell you what. This thing about commies, they kill commies and record numbers. Wow. Oh, got him. Got him! You know, for all intents and purposes, there's literally only one communist in this fucking chat, or in this entire stream, and it's not me. So, I mean, I'd at least try to get it right. I'm sorry, Radical. I haven't been reading your comments. I've been dealing with the. I'm sure you understand. The nature of the streams, you know, even being on YouTube, well, shit has changed, hasn't it? Actually, someone photo 11 time and they went against their generation like syndrome. Yeah. Luckily, neither of my parents were like that. Though I remember coming out to my mom because she was all like, "Oh my god, where do I ever go wrong?" or whatever the fuck. Though she doesn't think that anymore. She doesn't give a shit at this point. But oh boy, she was definitely more hardcore Christian phase at one point, and at this point, well, she still is, but a little bit more lax about it. Third branch of communism. Oh my god. I love these little insecure bitches. It's like, bitch. Like, if China ever, you know, came in here and shit, you know, you and 1,000 other fucking people would be fucking getting all like, what the fuck? Like, you wish for it now, but oh man, she'd be eating those words as soon as they actually fucking did it. Fun cams. Well, guess what? Like, I ain't some weird pro-China dude or whatever the fuck that's like, oh yes, China could literally do no wrong. It's like, I'll give credit to where it's due with them, but like, just because they're authoritarianistic and doing Uyghur genocidal shit and whatever the fuck, that doesn't necessarily mean that, like, the whole batch of fucking roses, like, you know, they're fucking, you know, shit in plenty of ways too. It's like, wow. It's like superpowers, you know, tend to be pretty shitty. Curious. Have fun to camps and shit. It's like, you know, America did that too once, right? Against Japanese people. You know, internment camps. It's like, I'd probably, you know, look at your own fucking, you know, back door and shit when it comes to that. Non-American. Oh, well, good for you then. So, with that being mentioned, then what are you then? Nationality-wise. Because it happens to be, you know, something else specifically, it's that might make a difference. European. Oh, well, there you go. So Europe has also been known, you know, a lot of different European countries have been known to fucking do a lot of fucking, you know, imperialistic shit themselves. Where they've, you know, sent a lot of people, you know, to camps and fucking, you know, did a lot of mass fucking, you know, famines and death and shit themselves into. Like, various different European countries are, you know, unexempt from that shit. Especially ones like Germany, Britain, UK. Beautiful base. Oh my god, what a sad little bitch. So you're just a fucking savage that just, you know, takes luxury of fucking barbarism, you know, while you sit on your ivory tower of the fucking internet and take exploitation of the fucking masses. So not only are you on the same fucking definition of these fucking inhumane dogs, like fucking, well, actually, you know, they're even lesser than such, because dogs actually have fucking productive value and actually, you know, merit to their fucking existence, like Zukov and shit. You know, so it's like even less than such. Like, I mean, like, you know, these fucking inhumane parasites and shit, like, you know, the fucking Barons and Musts, you know, even to the fucking Spencers and these fucking filth and shit. Being like, oh yes, genocides and fucking, you know, putting people in camps and holocausting them. Oh yes, such great ideas, endless wars and barbarity. Let's just embrace savagery because I'm a tribalistic fucking monkey that just enjoys, you know, killing tribe B because they're not tribe A. You degenerate tribe B. It's like, fuck you. Worthless shit. Like, aside from parasites, even other fucking animals in the goddamn animal kingdom have more value than your ass, bitch. Give me a break. Bird joke lurking around in shadows. Yeah. And here they are still. No, apparently, yeah, it's just like, oh, weed is for blacks and you're a white person. It's just like, huh? It's like, fuck off. Like, weed doesn't even, like, you know, come from fucking Africa if you look at marijuana as a plant. I mean, so it's just like, that doesn't even make sense. So it's just stupid tribalistic fucking monkey tribe A, monkey tribe B fucking, you know, blah, 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 bullshit. It's just a fucking, like, you know, just, so, like, mental, like, regression and, like, the actual degradation of intelligence that, you know, comes with this racist, bigoted bullshit. I love it. Sometime earlier in the stream, I was being called a white supremacist and racist, and then I'm fucking all one hardcore right now. Wow. The duality of man right there. Called a white supremacist and a racist, and a fucking, you know, like, you know, fucking on white supremacists and racists all in the same stream. Like, well, love it. Sorry, Reagan, but really took off a show constant. Yeah. I mean, because a lot of that was just due to the fucking Reaganism that came from that. So. Zook off, you handsome bye-bye. Just doing the cutest little shit. Being the cutest little shit that he is. Dems are innocent. To regards crusade against it's pretty stupid. I mean, not just that shit, but a lot of the fucking expansion with a lot of the fucking more conservative based economics and shit that, you know, has been exacerbated because of a lot of fucking neoliberal policies that Democrats have pushed since Clinton. I mean, there's just been a lot of degradation because of just half-assed bullshit that a lot of these fucking, you know, more neo-lib DNC types have been doing now. I mean, at this point, you know, so many of them are just fucking mask off at this point. It's just like, I mean, at this point, they're pretty much there just so they can set themselves up for failure. Just so they can keep the fucking, you know, ball rolling the way it has been, just slowly shifting more right economically. It's like, I mean, because even the more lefty, progressive types, you know, in that party and shit, you know, even they don't really necessarily have enough strength or use it to fucking really do much anything about it. It's just ridiculous. It's just a fucking, like, political thing of boondoggle at this point. It's like, fuck. And there's just, like, certain shit that can easily just be swiped, you know, with a pen, and shit that Biden can do. Like decriminalization and descheduling of marijuana, for example. Like, there's just things that he can even fucking do, but just won't. I mean, so it's, we're pretty much kind of, like, stuck in this, you know, this kind of, like, amoebic status quo shit, you know, for, like, pretty much since Obama now. I mean, Trump really routed a lot of shit, but, like, economically and a lot of shit just continue to, you know, go further right neoliberal with a lot of the fucking economic policy and shit. You know, to just continue going further up to the top. I mean, I think, honestly, that's why we're seeing so much labor militancy, because so much of that has been exacerbated because of these type of policies. Because, of course, you know, someone like him is definitely going to just, you know, bulldoze their way of shit like that. They're not going to fucking, you know, slide it in every little bit by bit like, you know, a more civil Republican would probably do. Or even longer so, you know, with a Democrat. So, I mean, in that way, he was kind of accelerationist to it, but, I mean, maybe it isn't just because of him, but there is kind of a silver lining with some of this labor militancy now that because of how much of it's been on the rise. I mean, and also the protests that were happening at the very end of his lick of administration and shit. I mean, it exacerbated a lot of that movement too. I mean, so it's like, I mean, not that fundamentally nothing about him was good. I mean, at all, but like, there is at least civil lines to where it's like, hey, that doesn't mean we just fucking, like, roll over, give up, and die, or whatever the fuck, or just be like, oh, well, blue now, guys. It's just like, I mean, there's plenty of other means and opportunities and fucking chances that, you know, we can, you know, take shit back and actually, you know, fight against that type of shit. It's not, I mean, it's not like the, uh-oh, it's literally gonna be like, you know, we're done, my dude. It's like, no, we're not. If anything, that means you fight twice as hard. And obviously, they're going to be like, well, yeah, obviously, my guy. But it's like, well, that doesn't mean you just kind of like, well, we go with, you know, the second strongest power, even though it kept getting fucking defeated and barely won last time and shit with that. So, probably time to take a different approach a little bit. Or at least, you know, because that would especially, you know, force, you know, more rabble-rousely type of fucking, you know, candidate on them side and shit. But it's like, ugh. Either way, it's a fucked situation. Because even Hillary now might come back. It's like, like 2016 unironically could literally happen again. And I really don't want that. I hope to fucking God that the DNC doesn't rig it for Hillary again, but oh, I'm scared. If she actually makes a run again, oh my God. Oh my fucking God. I just hope she just gets defeated so I can just, like, drink a whole bottle of, like, liquor of some sort and just laugh endlessly and just celebrate her defeat. That would be hilarious to watch her just get defeated again. Oh, that'd be beautiful. I mean, even if it was in the primaries, like, just gets, like, just decimated in the primaries. Oh, that would even be better, because, like, you're not even worthy. Not even worthy to us anymore. You used to run us, but now we control you. Hillary, you demon lizard. It's like, oh my God, dude. Okay, oh, you know what? Run again, Hillary. Do it, you lizard bitch. I want to see you get defeated, because it will happen, and it'll be glorious. Official Pop-Tarts saying we simplified removing the catalogs doesn't help. Like, I was thinking about getting some Pop-Tarts the other day, and I noticed it didn't have the catalogs logo anymore. But I was still like, low-key though, fuck that. Because, actually, I bought these like a while ago. Well before the strikes. In fact, I bet... Well, it's not on this one either. But, it still has Kellogg shit on here. These are the only good Pop-Tarts besides the cinnamon ones. But because of strikes, I haven't been getting any lately. In fact, I haven't even opened that one up. And it's just like, Energy, refresh perspective to a child memory is hard to explain, but you're more important to our future, you know. I mean, that was kind of the same thing for a lot of different people in, like, these early iterations of the labor movement, too, in, like, the late 1800s, early 1900s, too, and shit. I mean, because they kind of took a whole new perspective and a different experience and fundamentally changed, you know, what the whole paradigm was because of that shit. I mean, ain't that much different now. It's not the only example of it, either. I just really like to use that one because it's not really an example used. So much so that it even fucking influenced the next generation to where shit like Blair Mountain happened. Or they even got more rebellious and more militant. So, you know, I don't know, man. It's like there's aspects to where it's like, you know, maybe now it might not be as militant, but next gen, they might feel different. I mean, fuck, we're already seeing this generation be pretty militant as it is. I mean, not even necessarily in a violent way, but just being in a very active way. Just being more rebellious, rabble-rousy, taking a more harder approach of like, no, fuck you, I'm gonna try to get what I want, bitch. You know, that type of mentality. So, I mean, militancy doesn't necessarily have to mean like, you know, to the gun or whatever the fuck. The concerns are more focused on change of fundamentals of society. Yeah. I mean, honestly, that's why, you know, I think there's, you know, such a radical shift politically, too. And I think that's why so much of the divides are happening now, because people see our current paradigm as fucking unsustainable. Whether they're in their right or not, you know, when it comes to that type of shit, I guess in some ways pretty subjective. But, like, nonetheless, people are recognizing this, especially the younger generation. Even if there are kind of, you know, somewhat capitalistic in nature, too. Like, yeah, I think capitalism needs some strong, you know, regulations, you know, so we can, you know, work into something, you know, different over time and blah, 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 you know, whatever the fuck. Like, you know, even people like that, they recognize, like, yeah, shit's definitely not necessarily sustainable at this point. Like, I mean, so, I mean, depending on how, you know, people go about it, I mean, people definitely have an idea that shit ain't necessarily gonna last long like this. And people are taking a very, strongman approach where it's like, no, we must, you know, protect our race or some bullshit. And then you got, like, you know, people more on the left who are actually, you know, thinking more about the general issues when it comes to, like, you know, the social/class issues on these things, and looking more on the broader aspect of just humanity, really. You know, so it's just like, I mean, even then, there's a lot of infighting and other bullshit too, but nonetheless. I always prefer General Mills over Kellogg's. What's their best cereal? Paper with sugar on it. Pretty much. I've never really had any Kellogg's products aside from Pop-Tarts. That's like the only thing I really get. Is Cocoa Puffs Kellogg's? Or Apple Jacks too? Because very rarely I'll kind of feel the little, you know, little vibe for those. All the same. It's all the same to me. It's cereal. Well, at least in the meantime, I'd say do us a favor and make sure that it's more of a General Mills instead of Kellogg's. But nonetheless, yeah, they're all cereals. Let's see. I honestly, I don't really eat cereal that much anymore. Well, was. I mean, I don't give that much of a shit because I don't know how effective not buying products really actually is and shit, because they're still gonna, you know, because honestly, if you think about it, they're still gonna get their shipments and stuff like that. So I don't know how effective it really is, but obviously, you know, like, especially if you got a lot of people doing that, then it actually does make an impact, though. So, you know, nonetheless, just probably still do it. Which pissed me off. The Monster cereals are nothing like they used to be. Oh, dude. I heard about, like, Count Chocula. Now, I never had it personally, but on Deep Fat Fried, TJ, the Amazing Atheist, he apparently was a fucking fan of that shit, and then they changed their recipe on it, and he got he had a tirade about it. I think it was on a grease trap or some shit. You know, one of the like Patreon episodes they did, probably like a while back. I'm just somehow remembering it now. But like, he was just like, no, Count Chocula is not the same anymore. They changed the recipe. It's bullshit. It's trash now. It's fucking garbage. You know, and all this shit. And it's like, oh my god. But I think it also came up into fruition, though, with a bow, though, of a Silver Lion, that because apparently they have a classic version of it now or some shit. Where it's just like you can kind of have like the original one of it now. Or something like that. And it's just like, but it's still not the same. Because you'll still piss because it's not the same or some shit. But it's just like, but it is though. But it's just like in a different box. It's like, oh my god. It was kind of funny, honestly, to think about. I need to find out which grease trap that was. I remember it being a grease trap, but... It was pretty fucking hilarious. TJ's rants are honestly fucking hilarious because he rants about some of the most absurd shit. Like, he has the most impassionate rants about the most randomest of things. Like, there was like this triple bean, like this triple decker burrito or something that Taco Bell, they used to have like, I think it was a Supreme burrito or some shit like that. And they removed that like a while ago. And to this day, he's still absolutely butthurt about it. Like, he still will go on a decent little tangent about that. And it's just like, oh my fucking god. Over a burrito? And it's just like, and he's still upset. And main reason why is because, like, no, they have the ingredients to make one. They just don't have it on the menu because, you know, apparently it's still not popular anymore. Blah, 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 but they have the ingredients so they can make it. Yeah. It's like, I mean, I guess they could, but I don't think they're just gonna do that for you, dude. Oh my god. I mean, honestly, thinking about it, they actually probably do. I don't even know if it was called Supreme Burrito. I forgot what it was called. I don't go to these fucking joints anyway. I don't go to, like, Taco Bell or fucking eat these cereals or whatever that much anymore. I'm a good boy. I try to stay healthy and have a good, balanced diet. No, I don't. Bruh, can I help you? What are you doing over there? I'll give you a little treat because you're cute, even though I shouldn't, but you're spoiled. You spoiled turd. Man, these are tiny little bits. I'm getting down to the nitty gritty on these. Oh, here we go. Here's a nice one. You want to stand up? You're still eating that tiny little bit I gave you? Aww. Oh, don't do that. You can get it. You can get it. You can get it. Get it. Are you serious? You're lazy. You're being lazy. Wow, lazy boy. Lazy. It's like, I don't want to, like, stretch my neck to get that. I just want to, just give it to me. I can't just give you treats, man. I have to, at the very least, one, space it out a little bit, and two, make them work for it. And just a little bit. Oh, now you come back, or you're coming back for another one, aren't you? Oh my god. Stop being cute. Just like Bandit, your little face, it melts the soul. Especially for those little ears. Those damned little floppy ears. It's ridiculous. I think we pretty much held on his last selection. Yeah. I just honestly didn't even bother. Who's the Green Party guy again? Like, that guy was such a, like, loaf of white bread that I forgot, like, Hawkins or something like that? Howie Hawkins, I think. I mean, he just literally was a loaf of white bread. Like, at least Jill Stein had, like, you know, a little spunk going on. Because apparently, you know, she also was, like, see, the Dems and DNC were also all, like, hyper, like, Russia about her or some shit. Because apparently, at least, you know, Hillary even thought she was a Russia plant or some shit at one point. Literally just wanted different excuses to try to avoid accountability for her own shit. But, I mean, so she had at least, you know, something going with her at least. But the Hawkins was just literally a loaf of white bread. Gary Johnson, yeah, honestly, even he had at least something going on with him. I mean, he was a little bit quirky and a little bit of a weirdo, but, I mean, at least even he had a little something. More than loaf of white bread Hawkins. Like, honestly, like, I just... he really... I don't remember much about that guy. Like, I remember watching, like, one thing about the dude, and it was just, like... I was legit bored as fuck listening to him. So, I just don't... oh, my God. You just got the little rawhide in your mouth. But it's just, like, I mean, honestly... I just don't remember much about the dude. I'd like to apologize for the existence of Marjorie Taylor Greene. We theorized it may have been caused by time travel gone wrong and causes some kind of paradox. That's honestly a very likely plausibility, and a very understandable one, and is very forgivable. I mean, honestly, she might not be the only one that has been possibly been a victim or a source or cause of the problem, depending on how you look at it, when it comes to this whole time travel thing, because I think there's actually like millions of different people that apparently might have been caused in this type of paradox. So Marjorie just happened to be one of the few that has power, I guess. Gary Johnson is really just right-wing libertarian piece of shit nonsense. I don't even remember much of him. I remember that he didn't know where Aleppo was. But that's about it. Who was the libertarian person, like Jorg Jorgensen or some shit like that? Or Jorg Jorgensen? Apparently, like, as far as... I actually remember, like, one thing about her. Apparently, she was all about, like, nuclear energy. She was like, yeah, nuclear energy, based! You know, she was really about that. So, it's just like, oh, okay. You know, it's like, I'm okay with that. I mean, I still have some of my skepticism, but at least for me, I feel like, you know, there's a little bit of some merited, you know, skepticism, but it's actually, you know, on merit of, like, you know, more so about the safety precautions and, like, firewalls and, you know, make sure that these, you know, like, there's as many, like, safe proofs and shit, you know, before, like, a meltdown and shit like that. It's not, and because of human fallibility, it's not really necessarily because I think that it's just inherently bad or some shit or whatever the fuck. So I just kind of account human nature into shit like that. We're not necessarily exactly the smartest, you know, like, tools in the shed when it comes to, you know, building these type of things. Like, I mean, it might not necessarily be human fallibility of Fukushima, but because of natural shit. Like, because, well, I guess there is, because we kind of built it, you know, kind of near a coast, and, you know, well, didn't really count for that. But, and by we, I just kind of mean the human species. We're like, yeah, let's just build this near the waters, where, you know, these floods and shit will probably, you know, may or may not hit, and, you know, depending on how well the seawalls hold, and, well, they didn't. It's like, maybe you shouldn't have that near the coast. Maybe don't have a nuclear plant near the coast. Probably a good idea. Like, shit like that's, you know, where skepticism comes into. It's like, we gotta probably make sure we know what we're doing with that before we just start, you know, doing whatever, you know, willy-nilly and shit. But aside from that, I understand the benefits to it, so, you know, as long as we're actually being good about it and all that shit, especially when it comes to the research development to nuclear fusion, then, oh, fuck yeah. Because fusion's, at least from my understanding, even more safer than our current means of doing so right now. So, and also I think there's, from my understanding, I don't think there's waste either, like any nuclear waste that comes from that. I might be mistaken, but, because I don't know everything about the shit, I'm just layman, so. But from my understanding, I think there's no, like, actual nuclear waste that comes out of shit, or I think there's actual, like, repurposing value, at least more so, if there is. I forgot which, but, like, either way, though. No, you're correct. Oh, so they're, okay. Yeah, so, I mean, yeah, especially when it, yeah, okay, so I'm correct on the, no waste in that shit. Very little waste created. Well, there you go. If any. I mean, so yeah, I mean, yeah, especially when it comes to, you know, more viability of fusion, then it's out. Just like, I mean, a lot of my skepticism will definitely, you know, start dropping and be like, oh yeah, let's do it. I mean, because really that's kind of, you know, where it comes down to is human fallibility and the waste factor. Because if human fallibility, you know, creeps his head, you know, that waste ends up being kind of a problem. Because that's going to creep out throughout the environment, because there's been different examples of that. So... but it's not like, you know, one of these weird, like, oh god, nuclear, oh no, blah, 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 or whatever the fuck, you know. Because, like I said, there's definitely some valuability to it. The only radioactive part of it would be the seed material, which is technically a tritium. But the plasma can energize surrounding material a bit. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean... and it sounds like there's very little radioactive waste that comes from that type of shit. So, yeah, let's get that, you know, research further and shit. Like, you know, because for me, you know, like, my skepticism, you know, comes into wanting to research shit like that further. Be like, hey, let's, you know, let's get these type of things, you know, more further and, you know, do this, because it kind of brings a little bit more comfort of, like, you know, if something goes wrong, then it's less likely for a really bad disaster. So, you know, like, that's why I especially like the idea of fusion so much, because there's such a little waste factor, you know, put into play, if there is any at all. And if there is very little, then it's easier to kind of, you know, collect and process and probably even reconvert into different types of shit. So, I mean, if anything, it's just a lot more efficient, safer, better. You know, just worth the investment and value of, you know, trying to research that type of shit. It's one of those where there's no Republican Party. Well, yeah. They're just a Republican Party without the fucking weird social baggage, usually. Where they're all like, yeah, do you. Limited gov. Don't interfere with your rights and stuff. Yeah, yeah. Abortion. I might not agree with it, but meh. You know, or whatever the fuck. You know, they got, like, those type of positions and shit, so. I mean, they don't necessarily have the social baggage, I guess, that comes with the Republicans, usually. They definitely get some of the weird, quirky conspiracy types, though. Oh. Got those strong shoulders, boy. He's a good boy. Who doesn't know yet? I've been a Hopper Friedman, actually. An ANCAP, or like an anarcho-cap. I mean, at least when it comes to more of the quote-unquote, like, internet ANCAPs and shit like that, it definitely seems to ring pretty true. I've never met, like, an actual full-on real ANCAP. The closest would probably be my dad, but he's like, even he himself has had a history of, like, actually being at anti-Nazi protests and shit before. Like, back, I think it was probably back in, like, the early 90s or late 80s, probably, but it was when he was at Iowa State, and, he, heard about, like, some Nazi rally that was happening, I think in Ohio, and because he was taking some vacation there with some friends or some shit. So they decided to go along and be like, hey, you know, let's go join the counter-protesters and, you know, fuck with some Nazis and shit. And, you know, and the riot police showed up, and, you know, he got broke up from his buddy and shit. His buddy got his ribcage fucked up a little bit. And they had, like, those wooden batons, too, back in the day, you know, so you can imagine how, like, you know, rough, you know, getting smacked up beside the ribcage of one of those could probably be. Probably no different than, you know, the batons they got now, but nonetheless. It's just, so eventually they found each other at like this parking garage. They found a bunch of bricks that were left over from, because apparently the parking garage was still in the middle of construction, but like some of the lower levels were usable at that point. And they were loading up some of the Nazis into one of the police buses and shit. So him and his buddy looked at each other, looked at the bricks, and went and started chucking them at the Nazis as they were being loaded up in the fucking bus. And as the cops started looking up, like, what the fuck? They were like, alright, let's hightail it, and they just dipped. So, I mean, even in his weird, like, libertarian, like, fiscal conservative, like, social lefty-ish weird, like, he's honestly really hard to, like, pinpoint sometimes, because he's also, like, it seems like he's also pro labor, because I was like, he was taking me up to the union office earlier today, and he's like, yeah, if you don't, treat your workers fair and they go on strike, then it's like, well, gotta concede to what they want. Make an agreement, blah, 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 blah. It's like, well, yeah. I mean, so it's so hard to pinpoint him politically. I'm not gonna lie. It's hard to, like, say he's this or that, because sometimes he just, like, fluctuates. He's, like, in this weird amoebic, like, libertarian void. So, like, that's hard to pinpoint. Some of it's in the left sphere, some of it's over here in the right sphere, and sometimes it's just he's floating in there somewhere. You know what I mean? It's just like, what? Like, because sometimes, he sounds hella conservatives one day, and then the other day he's sounding like, he's kind of a somewhat, like, union labor lefty type of guy. It's like, wait, what? It's like, okay. Man, honestly, that's kind of the thing about libertarians that I've actually met in the past, or even now, because of my dad at least, is that it honestly really is kind of hard to pinpoint their ideology sometimes. I mean, I guess they're probably libertarians at the core of that, at least. Like, I'm so libertarian, I'm libertarian in my ideas, where I'm just like, everywhere. My ideas are, libertarianly freeing of its own liberty into whatever ideas I currently believe at this current time. It's like it's like meta-libertarian or something like that. Like, it's like, damn. Like, oh shit, son. Read a book on anarcho-fascism. It's like, it's crazy. Anarcho-fascism. Oh my god. I've only really heard that from J-Rag, from some of his, like, little videos and shit. I've honestly never really wanted to look it up, but I honestly always wonder, how in the fuck does that work? Like, it just seems like such a fucking contradiction of an idea. Wait, what's this? Not gonna lie. If this flyer was an indication, Williamson County's second semester elementary school curriculum is gonna slap. Wait, what's this? Happy holidays. Your child is being taught these basics when they return in January. Bad, angry white people, anti-Americanism, suicide, ideation, implicit white guilt, cannibalism. What the fuck? This information was brought to you by Parents' Choice Tennessee, Our Tax Dollars, Our Children, Our Choice, Moms for Liberty. Read more about the over 2,000 hours of parent research. Parent research done on WIT and Wisdom here. momsforliberty.org, dude. Get involved in making a change in our curriculum here. Oh my god. From Wit and Wisdom, a curriculum that is illegally put into your child's school. What? Where does the capitalism come into play? You know what? Honestly, random little side thing, but YouTube actually taught me about a crazy thing, you know, about some cannibalism, not gonna lie. I mean, it's like, because there was actually the Tang Revolution and shit in China that happened in like the 700s or some shit. And there was like some siege that happened where, I'm not even fucking kidding you, 20,000 to 30,000 civilians were fucking eaten. I'm not even fucking kidding you. That happened. That happened on this planet at one point. Like, I'm not even kidding. And somehow, the defenders who ended up having to do that shit somehow turned the tide of the war and they won in the long run somehow. It's like, wait. Huh? It's honestly a very, it's quite a interesting deep dive. And so it's like, I mean, if they're meaning like, here you get to listen, you know, you get to learn about the history of like, you know, some Chinese history, and here listen about, here's some history about the siege. I think it was like Shaoyong or something like that, I think that's the name of the town, or city. And by the end of the siege, there was literally like 200 to like 500 people left. It's like, oh? It's legit just like, honestly, like, how did they win the siege when they basically ate the city? Like, the defenders ate the city. Like, literally ate the people residing in the city. It's like, what the fuck? Aliens, this is why we don't visit you. I mean, no, I mean, honestly, for real, though. I mean, holy shit. They're just like, wow. These species do mass rituals where they eat each other. This is why we should not visit them. I mean, it's just like, holy shit. You know what, I honestly want to try to find the meme that I even found of how I learned about this. Because, like, I'm not even kidding. It was like a straight up meme that was like 30 seconds, but just pure fucking insane information, just all delved into like decisive Tang victory meme. Yeah, here it is. I found it. So what's the name of the town? Battle of Suyang. Okay, so that's the name of the place, Suyang. And the An Lushan Rebellion. Okay, that's actually what it's specifically called. This shit's fucking whack. Here, hold on. This. It's gonna be a little weird, but at least I can see the chat this way. Yes. But you know what? We'll just actually play it. It's only like 30 seconds. Yeah. Yeah, there's like, oh Jesus, yeah, there's like a lot of information just being exploded to you within like 10 seconds so far. But it's just like, oh. When the city fell, only 400 people were left. It's possible that, like, oh my, okay, there's just too much information to just pause this every time. Zhang Shun was able to repel many overwhelming Yang attacks with less than 10,000 soldiers during each battle because of Zhang Shun's determination and resource lacked some a threat from the rebels for almost 2 years. With such a large Yang army that held at bay, the Tang were able to use their resources to gather more troops for combat. Which, how did they even do that when they just ate people? Like, I wouldn't even know. I mean, so it's just like, the Suyang ended up being like a turning point, and it's like that, you know, yeah, just all sorts of fun memes. But yeah, it's just like, wow. I saw that this morning, I was like, oh shit, that happened. I guess that was a point in human history. And I looked it up a little bit, and I was like, oh, wow, there is a, wow, this is just as, like, graphic as it was presented with all the memes going on there. Like, There's like there's some shit about that fucking, like, you know, siege specifically. That's just like, wow. Imagine if they had cameras back then. It would probably look fucking insane. Back then, they didn't have fucking phones. You didn't see people look down on phones. They were just out there living in the moment. Oh, man. When they were sieging, you're starting me off. Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, historically, it was actually not exactly that rare for shit like that to happen. But to that massive a scale, like 20 to 30,000, I mean, to that scale, though, I mean, usually people try to get the fuck out more so than do that first. Usually, like, if they just have no other absolute choice. But, like, I mean, even then, it's never to that grand of a fucking scale. Like, that, 20 to 30,000 is a lot of people that were eaten. Within, at least what it seemed like a 2-year time span. Like, oh my god. And the crazy fucking shit is, like, eventually, you're probably gonna get eaten too. Ah! What a fucked up town to live in for a period of time there. Jesus. Ugh. Like, no thank you. It's PDF. Yeah, you can shoot me on Discord. We'll have to turn on this phone. Well, I think I forgot who specifically, but there's like some sort of a right-wing conservative philosopher that actually a part of, at least in America, was you know, a part of trying to, like, kind of guide the idea of libertarianism and shit. It's not just, you know, with the social ideas, but also kind of thwart that into, like, fiscal conservative ideas, where it's like, hey, libertarian even on the government type of sense, on, like, economics too and shit. Kind of, you know, have a blend of both. I forgot who specifically it was, but it was something that was coined, I think, in, like, the 20s and the early 1910s, I believe. Because prior to that, libertarianism wasn't, like, seen as a right-leaning idea. It was actually a pretty left idea. Oh, he's taking a little nap, but his little ear is all, like, all flipped over. So cute. I want to flip that little other ear over now. Want to get your other ear? Oh, I got it. Oh, you're so cute. You're a sweet baby. Oh, you're stretching. You're being stretchy. Yeah. Oh, he wants belly rubs. Oh, you want belly scritches? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh, you love those belly scritches. Yeah, you do. I love his little leg just goes like, wow, 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 wow. It starts kicking ridiculously. It's so cute. Oh, you're such a good boy. Don't want to share. Allergic to regulations and rules in general. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm allergic to rules within reason. Yeah, regulations within reason. I mean, it just kind of depends on where they're going. Because, like, you know, regulation when it comes to, like, the NSA or Patriot Act, shit like that, you know, fuck those rules and regulations. But when it comes to regulations on, like, environmental protections or, vaccines, shit like that. It's like, based. So, within reason, but, I mean, because, that's also kind of think about some of the more libertarian types, too. It's just like, you kind of have to, like, well, we want liberty government, blah, 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 and all this shit. And it's like, well, sure, on these fronts, on these things, but maybe not everything. So it's just like, if anything, if you want limited gov, why not just, start reconverting these funds into other things? But then whatever we got left over, then you can, cut from there. Like, that seems reasonable. Like, if, like, a libertarian would be willing to compromise or something like that, I can actually be fine with. Be like, hey, let's, like, instead of, having big gub in these different fronts and agencies, let's, reallocate a lot of these funds into other things, and whatever we got left over, we can, like, defund from, or whatever the fuck. Or just take out from the general budget or some shit, I don't know. But I think there's, ways to where you can kind of flip the argument on their head. Talking about core tenets of libertarians when they believe things to the real side should not apply to great good be damned. Yeah, which is pretty ridiculous. I mean, honestly, especially with the original, not the American idea, but the more original idea of the philosophy of libertarianism, like, I mean, honestly, the maximization of, like, your own personal liberty and shit is also to ensure that, like, the general collective society is, at least, somewhat healthy and prosperous. Where it's just like, where you at least have some basic shit to, some healthcare, a roof over your head, so you can have the liberty, to at least, take time in your life to invest in what you want to do. When it comes to just like, hey, let's, I want to, like, invest in a hobby, or do this, or, build a little, buy a beat-up-er car and shit, and, work on it, or some shit like that. Make it like a little project, or whatever the fuck. Like, whatever the hell. Like, whenever the world your oyster, like, I want to, like, actually, like, be a game streamer or some shit, play some games and do a stream like that way, or whatever the fuck. I mean, again, the world's your damn oyster at that point. So, like, at least in my mind, it's just like that, is really the true idea of, being libertarian and shit, is, at least, seeking a society that maximizes just personal liberty. And yeah, guess what? In some ways, there is going to be some regulation and rules implied to that, but it's for the betterment and the maximization of just your own personal, individual, like, interest of whatever the fuck, or where to go, or whatever the hell. But if it's just like, uh-oh, the back ding, no, baby, or whatever the fuck, and it's just like, okay. Someone didn't get enough schooling. Or it's just seriously scared of needles. 1, 2. Alright, Donna, what if it's encapsulation of biology? I mean, honestly, it's a little bit true, though. She was so against it, but yet kind of took advantage of a lot of it, funny enough. I mean, a lot of them do, honestly. That's kind of the funny thing about it. Like, a lot of them will actually, do cry a lot of these type of, social safety programs and shit like that. But, if anything, we'll actually take advantage of this type of shit. Get rid of, for instance. Well, yeah, exactly. Like, having some rules and regulations and that type of thing, will actually, help maximize, liberty and shit, because then, you're right to just, disregard science and fucking let, a virus, go rampant and shit and get infected, potentially spread out to people, begets, the right to make sure people are healthy and safe and shit in society, so they can maximize whatever liberties they want to do, whether it's like go see a movie, go to a restaurant, go to a bar, whatever the fuck. I mean, at this point, there's a lot of different adaptations we've, societally wise, we've been able to do, but I mean, if we don't want these, like, roadblocks or this other bullshit, like, hey, you have a vaccine card, or hey, you got this or that, or you need a mask, blah, blah, blah. Like, if we want to try to get away from that shit more, then, I don't know. Vaccines. The science actually fucking, I don't know. It's beyond concrete at this point. It's like, ugh. Our attempt to reframe social system that morality itself and gives people a way to legitimize their less established things. Yeah. The more fuck you got my mentality. No, you stretchy. You stretchy boy. Man, his body is getting big, but his head has not grown into it. So his head looks like Zukov is going Hassan Piker mode right now. Small head, big body. Oh. Maybe I can move here. Oh my god, just move some shit out of the way real quick. Let's see. Damn it! Don't look at me. You little tiny head thing. Here, let's see. Let's see if we can do it. There he is. There he is. See, you got a little tiny head. He's got a little tiny head. You go. You pretty boy. He's just like, yeah, I'm just gonna be sleeping right here. I tell you what, these vaccines got DNAs rewriting chemicals to heights. I tell you what, so part of the replacement, I tell you. Better be careful, I don't want to get striked like fucking Deep Fat Fried. I better be careful. I don't want YouTube to think I'm being legit. Don't want to be striked for misinformation now. Is that accent supposed to be Hank Hill? I'm Hank Hill, selling propane and propane accessories. I tell you what. Boo! Hank Hill will definitely be pro-vaccine, if anything. That's right, because in order to make sure that we safely, here in Arlington, Texas, sell propane and propane accessories to Arlington, we have to make sure our folks here are vaccinated. I'm Hank Hill. Get vaccinated, bitch. Any bitch Ken Hill. Ken Hill's fucking awesome. I love that show. I have a random thought. Is it on YouTube by any random chance? Is there just like people that somehow can get away with uploading Ken Hill? Probably not. Probably not. Wait. Yeah, no, there is. Oh shit, there's a few full episodes on here. There's a bunch of them. Oh shit. Oh, I might just do that. I might just binge some Ken Hill tonight. On YouTube, alright. I like how YouTube's copyright is so broken like that. It's like, hey, it's fair use, sometimes, but you can't, have background music. But hey, it's totally fair use to have, like, a total episode of Ken Hill uploaded. It's like, okay. Nice. Gotta love it. Damn it, Bobby. Put your shopping clothes on and get in the truck. You're getting stuck today. Bobby, I tell you what. You know, honestly, there's actually a legit, like, bluegrass country song that is fucking on King of the Hill that... It's the only version of this song that's, you know, available. I forgot what... I think it's called, like, Tennessee Moon or some shit like that. Hold on, let me... Actually... I'm gonna try to find it here. Not the theme song. Blue Moon of Kentucky, that's the name of it.
Tar, I'll get my washboard.
I'll go get my string bass, which is really a keyboard.
Hey man, I'm gonna go
Which is really a keyboard, I love that.
get a little accordion, man. What do you think? No.
Accordion.
No, banjo, man.
Go banjo, yeah, banjo.
1, 2, 3.
It's the only version of this song, but I actually like it. There should have been a full version of this one.
Hey, man, I'm gonna go now.
And then Boomhauer. The only time he actually fucking is articulate is actually good. Bobby, put that down. That's why I keep you this Smith. Come on, Bobby. Alright. I don't want YouTube to even fuck me with that. YouTube's a little more iffy about this shit. But yeah, you can have full episodes of that. But yeah, if you actually look up Blue Moon of Kentucky on YouTube, like, that's literally the only version of that song that's like that. The other ones are either really slow or just, you know, a different style. And it's like, oh. Like, it's a lot. It honestly is just better, you know, in that, how King of the Hill did it with their version of it. And there's no real full version either. It's like, man, you couldn't put that in, like, you know, the OST soundtrack or some shit for that season or some shit. Be like a legit full song. Because I legit would listen to that over and over again. Yeah. Because I have a little soft spot for bluegrass. Because that's why Baumhauer's always so clumsy when he talks. He just needs a beat. I know, dude. He just needs a beat to his song. That's all. There's also that one episode where it's... I forgot the episode, but I remember it was like... I think they were all firefighters, but then, you know, or in like some sort of vision dream thing. I forgot what specifically. But it was in like the perspective of Boomhauer at one point, and everybody was talking like Boomhauer, but Boomhauer. Because it was in the perspective of Boomhauer. So, like, Hank, fucking, like, Dale, like it just, like, all of them are just, like, you know, speaking like Boomhauer, but Boomhauer. It's like, wait, what the fuck? That's also one of the other few times you can actually hear him be articulate. But I love Boomhauer. He's a fucking great character. I mean, King Hill's just fucking great. I mean, you can't go wrong King Hill. And I also just love Peggy Hill's antics, too. Like, I love how she's so enthusiastic she is about doing shit, but yet, like, a lot of people are, you know, around her just like, okay. She's into another thing again. I like how, you know, everyone else is just like, oh gosh, she's overly enthusiastic about doing this thing again. Uh-oh. Oh, dude, there was the episode where she was in Mexico and she was trying to speak, oh no, she's trying to speak Spanish, but she was literally, like, being the exact opposite, and, like, I think she was saying insults to everybody, but not even realizing it. Oh my god, that one was pretty great. Oh man, I love Peggy Hill. Like, some of the more Peggy Hill heavy episodes are pretty great. Did she call a judge a horse? I think so. I think in that episode where she was in Mexico, she literally called a judge a horse in that episode when she was trying to like speak Spanish to them. Oh my god. Oh man, dude. See, this is why I love Peggy Hill, man. She's like, man, she's just, I don't know. She's just like that character who is just got such guile and just such, you know, confidence in what she's doing, but at the same time, it's just goofs every time when she does. She has to do it by saying happiness for different emphasis. Guess they ban us. Oh my god, there's also the one episode where I think she was like, you know, part of the local newspaper, and she says, here's like a cool, you know, mixture, here's like a way to make a mixture for, cleaning. And what she actually did was show people how to make mustard gas. So basically, Hank and his whole gang basically had to like realize last second, like, oh fuck, we need to like, you know, get these newspapers like right now. And it was like hours before like their shit was fucking, you know, gonna, you know, get like circulated out to the fucking neighborhoods and shit. So they were like last second having to like run around and get all these newspapers and shit because Peggy in one of her antics is trying to be like, here's how you, like, you know, can do some cleaning and make it better. And it's like, wait, that's how you, like, kill everybody. Like, wait, whoa. Just cast the whole town, like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's... Oh, man, that episode was a fun one. I'm starting to remember all these different little King Hill episodes now. Wasn't there one where I think, Hank's old man, like, tried to fucking straight up, like, assassinate Castro or some shit? Wasn't there, like, one of those episodes, too? Or maybe I'm mistaken. I feel like I'm remembering, though. My favorite Peggy episode is when she thought it makes a movie actor. One, hers, actually, but he laughed at her misunderstanding. I mean, honestly, like I said, like, any, like, Peggy, like, heavy episode in Cane Hill is usually pretty good. Because Peggy Hill is just such a fun, random, like, ball of chaos. I mean, she's like an innocent Joker, almost. Like, I mean, where she's, like, innocently causing chaos and discord and shit without even really intending to. I mean, she's trying to, like, you know, do things with the best of intents, like, legitimately, but just ends up creating more foibles and problems and chaos in the midst of doing so. I mean, she's just, like, one of those kind of, like, type of character types, but, I mean, she definitely gets her, you know, time in the sun for sure, though, but, like, I mean, I just love the antics that she gets into. This is great. I mean, she's such a fucking awesome, lovable character. So, you know, something you level, well. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, I was just loading a bowl and it's only 4 minutes after 4:20 my time. Fuck. A little late, but you know what? 4:24, that's still even. Still even number. So you also need a level on. Oh yeah, I read that. No level. Wow. Still in a brain. Thank you. Sweet little sweet boy. Yeah, I don't know how much stream off for anyway. You know, that's 6 hour mark almost. Yeah, I'll probably just go good right at the 6 hour mark. Chill out for a little while longer. Because I'm not gonna lie, King of Hill's now on my mind. You know what? I'm actually gonna see which episode should I watch. Which episodes have we got going on here? Smoking in the Bandit. Ooh, that's a good one. Oh man, just like a little live stream of different episodes. Oh, okay. Hold on. I just wanted here. Let me do this. Yeah. Bill gathers moss. Propane boom. Ooh, that's a pretty good one too. Oh, wow! There's actually a full actual like live stream going on of King of Hill on YouTube right now. Straight up.
From the dementia.
Don't be an idiot.
From the dementia.
Just stressed out about Joseph. You're not crazier than usual.
I almost killed my son. I'm not supposed to be the one who kills him. The crushing weight of the world is. I'm a danger to my family, Hank. And I know what I have to do to keep them safe.
Alright, well, I know what I'm clicking on later. I like Dale Gribble out of context. Your dementia. It's like, whoa. Well, you're not as crazy-er than usual. Pretty much the summary of Dale Gribble right there. Well, it seems like you're not as crazier than usual today. That's good. Man. Unless Twitch was also a little bit more chill with fucking commentaries and shit. Because I could probably get away if I actually watched like an episode or two. On Twitch at least. There's actually been a few times where I've been able to watch a few films with people. I still could do that on YouTube. I just have to find like specifically like public domain and like really have to like look out for it. Have to like, you know, like look at the specific ones and be like, alright, is this like actual public domain or is there like somewhere deep down inside like some copyright bullshit? Because even like some public domain, like, because apparently even like Night of the Living Dead, like if you do a commentary on that, there can also potentially be a strike because apparently there's like some song that will play on the radio in that fucking movie that will trigger a copyright because I guess like some Turkish recording label or some shit owns it, and it's like, what? It's like, you can't be serious. It's like, wow. Or something like that. I don't even know what, but it's just like, you know, wait, it's just like a song in a movie will trigger copyright. It's like, you can't. What? It's like, it's public domain. Like, you can't be serious. So at least with like fucking like more copyright shit, like King of Hill, for example, like, I at least understand that a little bit. But hell, if someone's actually like doing a commentary, doing like a little watch party thing or some shit, I think that falls in fair use, though not. Now I'm just reminded of like different like movie commentaries that, you know, people could do and shit on YouTube and live stream it too, and oh man, there were some moments. I remember when TJ and Paul were doing their for cinema and shit. It's not there anymore because, well, copyright, typical. But there was like this 5 like feature bonus where the first one was like some sort of kung fu movie. Then it was Never Ashamed, some Christian fucking propaganda movie in the 70s. And then it was like a few other things. But it was so fucking legendary because it was like a movie, you know, not only like a 5-way movement commentary, but also one where apparently, like, yeah, DJ got drunk too and legit cried and shit about, you know, Never Ashamed because of how fucking dogmatic and just, like, in his mind, offensive it kind of was and shit. And how pretty much the only rational character was the, you know, one of the, like, antagonist / like atheist trope characters and shit. And he's like, this is the only rational character, blah blah blah, and all this shit. It's not available anymore. It's like no one's saved it, nothing. I wish I did because fuck, it's so good. But it's only just a faded memory off in the distance. That's all it is now. Same thing with a lot of these different commentators too, on these other channels and shit. Can't even do like reactions to advertisements anymore. Like, here's a trailer to a movie. Can't even do that anymore. Because now even trailers are like, you know, seen as marketable now. And it's just like, isn't the whole point is to want that? But guess not.
Ooh, who's a good boy, buddy?
Look at your little ears are still flipped over. No. It's a little thing. Getting close to that 6-hour mark exactly. No cigar yet. Oh. You know what? Did I ever make Radical Mind yet? No, that should probably help to make sure that person can send links. I just realized. It ain't like Twitch. Where you can just send links. That's your mod. I'm gonna mean to do that anyway. You mean Twitch side. Should get the link. Well, yeah, it probably got it from my end because of Discord and shit. You know what? Fair enough. Remember that movie, Never Ashamed? Yeah, because I think we did a commentary on it at one point. Yeah, I didn't get the link, but maybe I should be able to get it now. Ugh. Let's got some chicken tendies I can snack on. Enjoy some of those. Watch Bikini Hill. Hell yeah.
Ooh, boy. He's looking so sleepy.
Perfect timing too. Get the perfect timing too for you. Oh my god, you stretch the thing. Oh, I just fucking realized. The next week of work is actually unironically probably going to be pretty fucking slammed. Because these strikes going on. Because apparently today at Safeway it was fucking swamped because of these strikes, and it's like, damn. It's like on one hand I don't care, but at the same time it's like, oh shit. That just makes it a little bit more worse for us, yeah, a little bit, but what can you do? I mean, I suppose, like, I mean, if they just did the strikes across the board, it probably wouldn't, you know, I mean, it'd just get customers pissed off, but, I mean, knowing what they probably would, you know, think and understand and shit, given the circumstances, they'd probably just pressure the company to fucking start doing some shit about it. You know, because the whole public support, you know, shit. So, and especially around here, like, a lot of customers, you know, are generally more on-site and employees around here than not, so. I mean, I feel like it probably would have been alright. Yeah, I feel like that's honestly why they only did it with just, you know, the Kroger ones, mainly, because they've been probably more exceptional with these bullshit, you know, in comparison to Safeway Albertsons and shit, so. That's probably what I'm thinking, because, like, well, we can't do all stores or people are going to be really pissed, so we'll do, you know, Fred Meyer's Kroger's right now, and, you know, if negotiations still keep going on, then maybe, you know, down the line we'll do Safeway and all that shit. Maybe that's the idea. I kind of hope so, honestly, because, like, you know, even for us, I think this shit's, you know, kind of long overdue. And I think if they, you know, get a little bit more, you know, like, you know, national support with this type of stuff and get, like, a little, you know, some donations or some shit like that, they'll probably be like, oh, hey, we should probably keep this momentum. So, I don't know, maybe I'll also kind of put a log on their ass. They definitely need it. So. Also, I can actually see about having a full follow-up with the shop steward thing too as well, because I know that will kind of help out a little bit of this type of shit. So, we shall see. Also, I don't think I have a piece of mail right here. I think it's in the kitchen, but I also got some union mail about, apparently there's an executive board position that's open. So it's like, huh, okay. So I could hit up the secretary treasurer about that, but it's like, well, I might hit him up, but I kind of want to see what else might be available. It's like, is there any other type positions or anything else that, you know, could be potential? So, I don't know, we'll see. It's definitely stuff I want to, like, kind of follow up my rep about, but also, you know, kind of more higher up too. See about, you know, other shit too. Damn, your little legs. His legs are getting big. He's got, like, some thick little front arms.
Mm-hmm. Sweet baby.
I don't know, yeah. They still try. But anyway. Your face is partly smooshed because you're just in sleepy, stretchy boy mode, and those ears are still flipped over. He's just the cutest damn thing ever, I swear to God. What the hell, bro? But anyway, I'll go for the rest of this little evening. Get some Z's. Be back in the usual bat place, bat time, all that fun shit. So, anyway, oh my God, I just realized it's like 20 till 5. Holy fuck. Well, nice, fun, fruitful one. That's good. It's good. It's good that we're keeping this momentum. despite Twitch's bullshit. Or more so of someone else. Not really. Well, more exploit Twitch. But anyway, whatever. Gonna call it good. Peace out. And I'm Cole, so I see y'all in that next one.